Hello, hello. Yeah, the countdown didn't work. I'm not sure exactly why. I have to fix that, but here we are. Oh, that was close. That was close. You almost had it. You almost had it. Someone ruined it. What's up, everybody? Thank you, everyone, for the subs during the starting soon. Admitted the business trip was negotiations to get Fountain back to 3. We know what you're up to. Okay, yeah, you caught me. Yep, that's what I was doing. That is exactly what I was doing. Don't be surprised if it happens. Caught. All right. You guys, I'm very glad to be back. Technically, we were back yesterday, but that was for a sponsored Challenger Cup. Today, we're finally full on back to streaming, and we've got a lot of stuff to do. Lots of things to talk about. A lot of things that I missed. We have an entire case of Megatins to open as well, sponsored by SmartGuard, where I'm going to be giving away a bunch of the polls to you guys as well today. I want to get that over with relatively quickly because I want to focus more on the other stuff. We're going to be a content machine today because we have like so many things to talk about. I have a bunch of things prepared. We're going to talk about a lot of the news that I missed, like a lot of the cards that have been announced, a lot of the cards that are going to be in Rage of the Abyss as well, like the TCG exclusives. We're going to discuss the YCS Lille, Santiago, and Cancun meta. So basically like a little bit of a recap on, what's it called? A recap on the current format before we enter Rage of the Abyss, right? Irate, thank you for the 24 months. Strider, thank you for the 14. Booble, thank you for the 10. Are we also getting trap unhits in the TC? Which trap do you want unhit? Like which I want new traps. That's what I want. I want them to design cool new trap cards. I don't want them to unban like Imperial Order or something. You know what I mean? Like they need to make more cool traps like the Ruma Karma Cannon or something. That's what they need to do. Amethyst Chief, thank you so much for the first time Prime. I appreciate you. All right. Where was I? We're recapping YCS Lille, so we're talking about the current format a little bit on whether like because now we have confirmation on whether the last Forbidden and Limited list update actually did anything or not. So we're gonna do that as well. But once we're done with that, we're gonna start doing some content for Rage of the Abyss. I have an overall discussion planned for Rage of the Abyss today. We're like what stuff to look out for in it. We're going to take a look at how it's going to change Snake Eyes with the Azamina cards. We're going to have a look at how it's going to change the Fiendsmith package with the new Fiendsmith monsters. We're going to have a Mulcharmy Fuwalos discussion, like how it's going to impact the game. We're going to have all that kind of stuff, you know? So a lot of things to talk about today. Lots of things to talk about today. So why don't we hop right in and quickly guess some cards so everyone can assemble. And I haven't done this in a while, so I really want to do it. So now it is time. All right, let's go. Steel Swarm. Mantis. Who is that? Is that a Noble Knight? I think that is a Noble Knight, but I don't know which one. Ignoble Knight. Okay, cool. Sprite Carrot. Is this Pinpoint? I'm not sure. I don't actually think it is. Iron Draw? No. Oh, it is Iron Draw. I should have gone for it. you're a roid. I can't quite tell which one yet. Steamroid? That's Steamroid? It is Steamroid, right? It is Steamroid. This is like, is it? It's not Foolish Return. It's I don't know what it's called, dude. Next to be Lost. Okay, cool. Not even close to what I thought. Pendulum stuff. I'm skipping. Magical Star Illusion. No. I've seen this thing. Goblin fan, not Gust fan. Battery Man. AAA. Gagaga something. Gagaga Draw? Gagaga Draw. Dude, today's tough. I keep saying that every time. Jurassic Impact. Man, can I get cards I've seen before? Who is this? Dark Dimension Soldier. Alright, cool. This looks like a Mecha Phantom Beast. That is a Mecha Phantom Beast. Mecha, and I can tell if I see it. It's the Turtle something. Turtle Tracer. Yeah. Oh my god, which one? Stree? Wait, not Stree? Tokan. Oh, okay, Tokan. Look, I'm not an expert, okay? Calm down. I ain't no expert, thankfully. Hetten. This is like the shaman, Necroid shaman. Yeah. Ooh, this feels familiar. Yeah, this is the winged rhino. Zen Mighty and Aerol, thank you guys for the subs. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Welcome back. Infernoid. Oh no, dude. Which one? Harmodic? Alright. Sick. This is like Synchro Boost. Is it Synchro Boost? I'm gonna try it. Please be Synchro Boost. It is Synchro Boost. Nick, sick. This is D-Boys, isn't it? Yeah. This feels Dragoonity-like, but it feels like a spell trap, and I have no idea what that's called. Dragoonity Legion. Yeah, we are so back. Am I right? Bro, I can't even tell what's going on, man. There's so much happening on this card. What is that? Bro, can I just get a normal Yu-Gi-Oh card? Just one. Just one card that anyone has ever put into their deck. Like, that's is that too much to ask for? Friggin', what is this? Counterpunch? Gloves? No. That does not count, by the way, as a card that anyone has ever put in their deck, because no one has. Nope. Not either. That's that not. Dude. One playable Yu-Gi-Oh card. Oh, this one is this one. I know this one. It's Kalantosa. Yeah. Tokan Maj. Yeah, case in point. Bro, who are these, man? I'm suffering. Generator, dude. Oh my god. I'm losing my mind. Was that licorice? Yeah. Isn't this also called? No, it's not counter punch. What is this one? Counter attack or something? No. Destruction punch. Yeah. Runic Trickstar is what you learned about. Okay. That's an interesting one. That's one of the few combinations that no one has ever asked me about, I'm pretty sure. Crane. Oh, zero gravity. I don't want to talk about that one. Real ones, no. I think that's Samurai Destroyer. No, it's not. Wait, that's not Samurai Destroyer? Oh, it's some Gen X or like Ally of Justice. What is it? Gen X Ally Volcanon? Alright, sick. Heavy Infantry. Yeah, I will probably. Nefam, thank you for the 9 months. We're probably gonna have a box of Rhoda at the start of next week. Yeah. Dude, Xenophond, the Sky Prison. Dude, this is the roid base thingy. Ugh. Mobile, this one? No. Wonder Garage? Is it Wonder Garage? Oh, it is Wonder Garage. Okay, not a roid card. What is this? Nutrient? That looks like Cosmic Cycle? Labyrinth, right? Ariane? Nah, 50-50 loss, dude. Unfortunate. Goki Pole. It could be Crystal Dragon. It could be Dragite. It's hard to tell. What's going on here? Oh, it's Stana. Dude. Tenny. You should put more H's into it, dude. It needs more H's. This is like a vanilla thingy. I have no idea what it's called though. Pharaoh Servant. I like cards that have the same name as a Yu-Gi-Oh set. Anyone else? I find that funny. Yangzing. Swanee. This is a Corno on another card, I think, but like I don't know what this is called. Mini Guts. Have I seen this before? Glacial Aquamador? That does not exist. Glacier Aquamador. That exists. All right, sick. We're not getting to 700. I don't think. This is, what is this? Dimension Fusion? No. Dimension Wall? It was Dimension Wall. All right. We needed like one more good guess to get to 700. We didn't get there. All right. We're so back, everybody. Yeah. Yep. Let's just not talk about that. Instead, why don't we try and find a high-level dark monster with low stats? What's a high-level dark with low stats? It could be Spirit of Yubel. It's a 0/0 level 11 or 12. Oh, it's a warrior. My bad. I didn't see that. What the hell is that? And it's also not just an effect monster. It has to have something else. Zero King Rage, that's not a warrior. Fusion is, but Loving Defender is a fiend too, right? Yeah, Loving Defender is a fiend. It has to be like an extra deck monster. Idaten. No, that's not 0-0. Hero fusion card? You guys are all mentioning cards that just don't exist, except for this one. Okay, I've never. You guys are saying it's a freebie. I've never seen this card in my life. I've never seen this card in my life. Never. I have no idea where this came out. I have no idea what this is. I've never seen this in my entire life. It's part of that star archetype. Okay, what is that star archetype? Like, I guarantee you, if this card pops up on YG Organization tomorrow, I'm reacting to it as if it's a new card from Supreme Darkness. Like, I'm reading it on stream, everything, the full package. Like, I'll do it. Anyways. All right, sick warm-up. Washed on the card guesser and never seen the other card of the day before. Wonderful. That's what we like to see. That's what we like to see. All right, guys. Let's get into the stuff for today because we have a lot of things to get through. A lot of exciting stuff happening. First things first, why don't we start with opening some Megatins? Because you guys know I hate having unopened packs on my desk. Once again, these are, as always, sponsored by SmartGuard. They always hook me up with some product whenever it comes out. And what we're going to do today, as always, because a lot of the things that are in the Megatins I already have. If there's a couple things in here that are nice that I don't need, we're going to give them away at the end of it. So that's always cool. What I have done, because they've sent me an entire case of Megatins. They sent me an entire case, and I don't want to sit here opening tins all day. I have already like opened the tins. So we've got a bunch of packs that we're gonna go through and open, because I just didn't want to sit here like slicing open tins the entire day. I just wanted to get it over with a little bit quicker so we can get into some of the other things for today. So let's hop in and open some mega packs, shall we? And once again, a bunch of the things that I don't need, we're gonna give away. So yeah. Yeah, so let's go through this. Let's go a little closer. We've got the elephant. We've got a rarity upgrade to Canopic Protector. We've got instant contact. We've got a secret rare Sinful Spoils of Subversion for my favorite deck, the Snake Eyes, and a quarter century Link Spider in the first one. Epic. Epic indeed. On the second one, I'm just going to skip to the ultras every time, because I feel like that's one thing that I didn't love about these, is that they do a lot of the cards that were originally commons are commons here again. They did a lot of side grading, which is not, I would have preferred to see some of these commons in like rarity upgrades, but it is what it is. We got Wheel Synchron, we've got Banishing Trap Hole, Reframing, Hita the Fire Channeler, and a right leg of the Forbidden One as a QCR, which is cool, I guess. This is one of the exceptions. This is the card that actually did get a rarity upgrade. You've got an ultra rare Diabolantis. That's nice. We've got Transcendosaurus Meteorus. You're finished. Ringo Worm, the dragon guarding the 100 apples. Not a bad card. And a yellow gadget. Insane. Now we do have quite a few packs to go through. Like how many is it? I got one case, which is 12 tins, which is 3 packs per turn, 36 packs. Yeah, quite a bit. All right, we've got the Generator Vala, Dynamorphia intact, Ken the Warrior Dragon. That's a rarity upgrade. We've got a Ground Xeno, which is actually, I think, a decent reprint. I think Ground Xeno was one of the more expensive side set ultra rares because for some reason people like the dinosaur deck still. But yeah, that card is not terrible. And we've got a Guilty Gearfried, the Magical Steel Knight, as the quarter century. I don't want to talk about Cyvers. We've got a Pearl Lily rarity upgrade. Now this card already had an ultimate rare, but it's still neat. We've got Magic Key. We've got Rock of the Vanquisher. All right, not that this card really needed a reprint, but I guess for completion's sake, it's here as a rare now. And we have a Predaplant Ophris Scorpio as the quarter century. All right. So technically, this is our second tin. This is the last pack of the second tin. So until this point, we've opened two tins, essentially. We have whatever this is. We have Ken the Warrior Dragon, Early Leap, Chimera the King of the Phantom Beast. That's not bad. And an Alt Art Borolo Dragon. Looks kind of cute. I'm not the biggest fan of quarter centuries. You guys know this. I prefer my regular like rarities, but like I think it's not bad. All right. We've got what am I going to do with this card now? Angel of Blue Tears. Nini the Mirror Mikanko. Pearly Beauty. Fighting Flame Swordsman as the secret rare. And a green gadget to go with our yellow gadget. Because I was already wondering, what am I going to search as my yellow gadget? Now I found the answer. The green gadget, obviously. Solid texture. Thank you for the sub. It's not been 15 months, okay? It's been a week and a half. All right, we've got a holo version of Pearly Happy Memory. Another reframing, a Pharaonic Advent, and a Heavy Borger as a secret rare. And a Tyrant Red Dragon Archfiend as the quarter century. All right, and there we go with a Gishki Grimness. That's also an upgrade. I think that was a common originally. We've got a Rocket Salamander, a Sneaky Sea, a secret rare version of Spirit of Yubel, and the quarter century is a Black Winged Dragon. We've got Kashtira Big Bang. That's a card, for example, that I don't understand why they didn't rarely upgrade it, but I guess like Kashtira is quite a while in the past now. Sneaky Sea, Vanadium Meek, Chaos Mirage Dragon, Black Luster Soldier Legendary Swordsman. Does YCS Niagara have a stream? Because from what I heard, they won't. If they do, I'll probably watch it. Anyways, what I was about to say is I don't feel like this card should have taken up a prismatic secret rare slot. Maybe that's a hot take. Anyways, our quarter century is a Speedroid Terror Top. All right, we have a beauty again. We have Daidara Bocchi, a Noir in Ultra, and a Despian Luluville Lilith. I'm not sure if this card used to be... it used to be at least a little expensive, right? Like, okay. And we've got Salamangreat Gazelle as the quarter century. There we go. All right, here we got the Gen for our Ken. We've got an Unchained Soul of Sharvara rarity upgrade to an ultra rare. Also, the ultra rares feel like they're nice in this set. Like, there's like, I wish there was more, but I'm noticing like I'm pulling a bunch of cards where I'm like, oh, that's cool that it's got an ultra rare now. You know, like I feel like the ultra rare slot is the cool one in this thing. And then you look at the secret rare, you get Nightmare Magician. You're like, well, that already had a secret rare, and it's not a good card. And it's like, that could have been a common in this thing, right? Anyways, we've got the Seal of Orichalcos. Ain't that something? All right, we got Rescue Ace Monitor, Hit Knight Philly, Scatter Fusion. That's for you guys during the warm-up. We've got Favorite Contact, which I think actually some of the hero reprints in here are actually good reprints. Like, I remember this because I got the hero deck like a while ago. I haven't played it yet, but I got it, and some of the cards in it were actually like randomly like $10 or $15. And I'm not sure. Favorite Contact, I think, was one of those cards that was actually randomly expensive, so it's fine. Toon Kingdom as a quarter century. Now, at this point, of course, everybody knows that the main purpose of the quarter century celebration is to print every single card in quarter century secret rare. So we're going to be here for a while. We've got Nini, we've got Impulse, we've got Ultimate Great Insect, and we have a Galaxy Photon Dragon, followed by a Chaos Ancient Gear Giant. We're a little heavy, I feel like. We're a little heavy on the like nostalgia anime kind of cards, you know, like that. I get it, you know, people like those cards, but I feel like we are there should be a better balance between competitively viable stuff and stuff that's just cool, you know. I feel like, personally, I feel like we're a little off balance on this. It's fine. We're simply going to pull an SP Little Knight, and then we're all good. We have a Teller Knight here. We have another Sharvara. We have a Plump in Ultra. And we have... Okay, speaking of competitively viable cards and good reprints, we at least did get a Bestial Dispatter. That's nice. And followed it up by a Right Arm of the Forbidden One. See, those are the kind of packs that feel good to open, where you get like a solid playable secret rare, and then you get it followed up by like a cool anime quarter century. It's like, that's a fine combination, you know, like you get a little bit of both worlds. All right, and here we have a little rarity upgrade to my boy, the Bestial Aluber. Dinomorphia Intact, Stardust Worm, and Transaction Rollback. Not bad. Not bad as a quarter century, as a prismatic secret. That is one of the cards that we can definitely give away because I have my playset of rollbacks. A lot of the other cards we can give away a bunch of these, but like rollback is also one of the ones that we can give away. And we have the Coach as a quarter century as well. Not bad. And we have a Shayama in here as well as a match for the Sharvara. That's cool. Draco Utopian Aura. Trap Tracks. And Vanquish Soul Raisin. Followed by who mega lol this ever is. All right, we have the elephant. We have an ultra rare version of Dynamondo. This was a common only, right? This was exclusively a common, I think. That's nice. We've got Cassie Molar and a Dark Corridor. Oh, it had an OTS super. Okay. And we get a Pankratops in quarter century. That's cool. That's nice. Melfi Hide and Seek. A nice rarity upgrade to this card, which is decently playable, so that's not bad. Vala and Ice Jade Ran Agerine. Is this this is the water Longyan, right? This card, another Ice Jade or water? Yeah, that's the one. And Galaxy Ice Cyberdyne. Startling Stare of the Snake Eyes. Now, this card needed a rarity upgrade, right? Yeah, obviously. Tri Brigade Arms Bucephalus. Earthbound Servant Yugioh Gremlina. And, ooh, all right. Okay. We've got a secret rare Typhon Sky Crisis. That is also going to be up for a giveaway because I do have my ultra rare version. And an Ultimaya Zolkin. Not a bad pack. Not a bad pack at all. We've got a holo version of Rescue Ace Preventer. We've got Infernoble Knight Turpin. Combat Wheel. I've never seen this card before. I would normally now ask if this card is new, but I don't think it is. Where did this come out? Anyways, it's followed by a Bonbon. Neat. All right, we're catching up. I feel like we had a weak start. But we've gotten like, in the last couple of packs, we got like this pattern, Rollback, Typhon, and Bonfire. So like we're catching up. Which is good for you guys because all of those I'm gonna give away. I don't need any of these. I have my copies already. So good for you. IAS Invasive Alien Species. Manadium Imaginings. Magiki Ashtartu and Noble Arms Museum. Followed by an oh! That's probably the best QCR we've pulled so far. The Axel Synchro, that's like actually playable. All right, solid. Not bad. We've got Gem Knight Warts, Hooli, Tri Brigade Bucephalus, and Alt Art Tuning. Okay, that's neat. That's neat. And that's cool. A Cosmic Blazar Dragon. That's nice. I'm gonna use that one in Centurion. I currently only have commons. So I don't love Quarter Century, but it's like I think it's cooler than common for this card. Looks nice. We've got an ultra rare fusion duplication. That's nice. Gem Knight Lady Rose Diamond. Vanadium Torrid. An SP Little Knight. I don't know what people are complaining about, dude. I feel like pulling SP Little Knight ain't that hard in this set. It's not that hard, is it? And we got a Seal of Orichalcos with it. Now, once again, the SP Little Knight is also included. I'm gonna give it away to you guys. I don't need it. I don't need it. I have mine already, so you guys can have it. Time to stand up. Mikanko Ceremony, Combat Wheel, Avolzar Lars. This is like a card I don't understand why it had to be a secret rare again. Like, this already had a secret rare. It was an okay secret rare. It wasn't expensive. So, like, just give it, like, an ultra rare version, just in case anyone prefers ultra or something, but okay. And we have a QCR Yubel. Now, did they also put Terror Incarnate in here? Or is this, like, the only Yubel that's available in QCR? Because that'd be weird. No? So you can only get this one in QCR, and then you have to, like, play mismatching Yubels? That's messed up. Wheel Synchron, Elephant, Xeno Meteorus, and another Axel. All right. Another Axel's nice. The crowd goes wild. Fearless, Sweet Dreams Nemlaria, and the homie. Oh, homie, the manifested Mikanko, followed by another Gazelle. Melfi, Hide and Seek, another Kui Belt, we're getting repeats now. A Flamberge as a secret, and a Relinquished Anima as the quarter century. Not bad. The quarter centuries have some playables in them, right? Some, but most of them are like anime stuff, which is like some people are into, some people are not. Mighty Dino King Rex, Rescue Ace Airlifter as an Ultra, Barian Untopia, Kashtira Theosis, and another Tyrant Red Dragon Archfiend. Earthbound Servant Geo Kraken, an ultra rare upgrade to Mirror Sword Knight, in case anyone prefers ultra over super. Triangle O. There we go. That's another hero card that used to be somewhat expensive, I think. The elemental hero Shining Neo's Wingman. And a Bahamut Shark as a quarter century. Cool. Another copy of Dynamondo in Ultra, if it could focus on it. Yep. All right. We've got a Groundkeeper as an Ultra. Sweet Dreams Nemlaria. Another copy of Dark Corridor. And another copy of Axel Synchro Stardust Dragon. We've got like 5 more. Wait, Sue Ships are in here? When did Sue Ships come out? Why are Sue Ships in this? Dude, I felt like Sue Ships were out for like 2 years or something. Teller Knight, Perlegia, another Spirit of Yubel, and a quarter century Blue Eyes White Dragon, Bat Chest. Bat Chest. That actually does look kind of cool. That actually does look kind of cool. I like that one. We've got another Perlily. We've got Saga of the Dragon Emperor. We've got another Shyama. We've got Fusion Armament. And we've got another number 32 Shark Drake. The Merry Melfies. The Rescue Ace HQ. The X Purely Noir. The Centurion Chudea. Not bad. And the Galaxy Ice Cypher Dragon. Focus, you still need the third gadget. Oh, right, we missed Red Gadget. We need to pull Red Gadget, guys. Otherwise, I won't have a search target for my green gadget. Chimera the Illusion Beast. Centurion Bonds with the small rarity upgrade from Super to Ultra. A Red Eyes Black Meteor Dragon. And a Trickstar Light Stage as a quarter century. Okay. I suppose. Not a bad card. And this is the last pack of the opening already. Super Heavy Samurai Security. Never seen this guy before. Have seen this guy before, though. Super Heavy Samurai Motorbike. Rescue Ace Fire Attacker. And the last secret of the opening is a spell card. And it is Divine Temple of the Snake Eyes. What a great way to round off the 2024 Megatin with a Snake Eye card. And Blackwing the Dragon. Cool. All right. Sick. Well, see, the thing for me is it's a lot harder to judge how to feel about this. I feel like overall we did good because we got that SP Little Knight. I feel like without that SP Little Knight, it'd be looking grim. But we do have what is like, okay, solid reprint Judea. All right reprints on these, right? Like these are all like fine. Good reprint Bonfire. We got the Typhon. The rollback is solid. This pattern is solid. This was expensive at some point. This is like okay. Ground Xeno. I mean, there is good reprints here. It's just I feel like the main critique points that people have is that you're opening too much product to get those kind of cards, right? Because I feel like we got lucky right now. We high rolled, right? We definitely high rolled by getting SP and Bonfire and Typhon and rollback, right? Like that was definitely a pretty lucky opening, I feel like. But yeah, it's at the end of the day, it still has a lot of good reprints, right? It has a lot of good reprints. It's just a matter of, are you going to pull them if you open the product? Which, if you open enough of it, yes. I do like some of the rarity upgrades in the ultra rare section, but obviously that's not going to carry the value of the product because those cards are they're nice to have, but none of these cards are worth much, right? I feel like that's something that they could have done is throw some of these cards, not all of them, but like some of them, some of the good reprints should have gone into the ultra rare section, and then I think we could have been, everyone would have been happy with the product if you just had like a Typhon in there as an ultra rare, or like even the SP. Like if SP was an ultra rare and you would pull like a couple SPs per case, I think people would have been happy with that. But yeah, good for you guys that we got lucky, because we're gonna give away all of these. We're gonna give away all of the good pulls. I don't want to run giveaways for every single card, because then I'd have to pack like infinite thingies. So I'm just gonna give away like the good hits, right? Like I think we What we do like 4 lucky winners for the SP, the bonfire, the Typhon, and the rollback. How does that sound? And I'll throw in like a quarter century with each of them as well. So that I don't have to go to the post office and pack like 20 letters or something. Or like cards that are only worth like $2 or something. Can you throw on some Centurion? Sure, I'll add the Trudea to where's the Trudea? We only pulled one secret rare Centurion. But I'll add the Trudea to the rollback because I think rollback is probably the cheapest out of the 4. I'll add the Trudea to that. Because I have Trudeas already as well. Yeah. We'll talk about Rage of the Abyss later. Long story short, I think Six Samurai is like a playable deck now. I don't think it's going to be a top tier deck, but it's going to be playable. All right. Before we move on to the giveaway, once again, shout out to SmartGuard for providing me with the case to open. Much appreciated. It allows me to give some of these cards back to you guys as well, which is really cool. I like to do that whenever I can. So let's let me quickly prepare the giveaway. How did we do this? Nightbot, right? Nightbot giveaways. Everyone can take part. Keyword. And then we do what keyword do we use? We'll do the rollback plus Trudea first. And the keyword is going to be Megatin 1. I don't know. I didn't pick any creative thingies. Blood Rain, thank you for the 24 months. Nickelodeon, thank you for the 4. Appreciate you. Unik Funai, thank you for the 16. Everyone, thank you so much. All right. All you have to do is type Megatin 1 for the first giveaway. You only have to type it once, guys. It is not EU only. Everyone can take part. Everyone can take part. And, you know. Actually, you know what? I've been doing these giveaways in a stupid way the entire time. I've been changing the keyword for each individual card. I think what I can just do is I can have you guys type the keyword and then I can pull multiple winners from it after everyone has done it. So I'll just leave this running for like 1 or 2 minutes and then we'll draw all 4 winners one after another. And then I don't have to go back to, change the keyword and use spam a new keyword. I think that's a lot smarter. So yeah, let's just we'll do each card one by one, and then I'll draw the winners for each card. All right. I think everyone had a fair chance to enter now at this point. Will you sign the cards too? If you want to. If you win, you can tell me to sign it. I can do it. I'm not just going to sign it in case you don't want it. But if you ask me to, I can happily do that. Yes. All right. Let me end the submissions and draw the 4 winners. All right. The first winner for the rollback plus the Trudea. Once again, if you end up winning, if your name shows up, make sure to either message me on Twitch or on Discord so I can find out how to get these cards to you. The winner of rollback plus Trudea is Bacon9. Bacon9 wins rollback plus Trudea. Let me write this down somewhere before I forget. Bacon9 wins the rollback and Trudea. For the Typhon, we're going to re-roll it. Random 0 hop kick wins the Typhon. Random 0 hop kick wins the Typhon. For the bonfire, for the little bonbon, we're gonna have that go to Kasugi. Kasugi wins the bonfire. And now for the big one, the Megatin SP Little Knight that we pulled goes to FRW YGO. Congratulations, everybody. And everyone else, big Sag, better luck next time. If you guys, by the way, if you the people that just won, if there's like an ultra rare or anything like that out of this set that you would like to have and would like me to add on to the thing, feel free to let me know. Like if you're like, oh, I want to upgrade my pearl lilies or something, like I can throw them in as well. But yeah, all right, that was that. Congratulations to our winners, and once again, thank you to SmartGuard for giving me the Megatins to open with you guys. All right, cool. That out of the way. That out of the way. Let us start with some content for the TCG today. We're gonna do a lot of Master Duel tomorrow. And we're also gonna like do a whole lot of other things this week. But for today, I want to do two things. Or three things, rather. It's like three things, and they're gonna be split up into different sections. First up, I want to do some catch up on the things that I missed, because there has been some announcements, some new cards, and I haven't even looked at, like, literally I've been so busy this last week, I have not even read the Rage of the Abyss TCG exclusives for the most part. Like, I genuinely haven't read them yet. So like, I want to do that. So we will talk about that in a moment. Then I want to have a little discussion with you guys about the current TCG format, because there's a couple of things going on, right? We've had 3 YCSs over the course of the last 2 weekends, right? There was YCS Lille, YCS Cancun, YCS, the team YCS in Santiago in Chile. Or Chile. So like, we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about the format a little bit, because I feel like it's pretty obvious what's up with the current Yu-Gi-Oh format, and it's always important to understand the current format when anticipating a new set, right? Like, you wanna understand what's going on right now, and I also want to use that moment to maybe reconsider the most recent Forbidden and Limited list again, because like, I remember a time, I don't know if you guys remember, but I remember a time where everyone said, oh, Snake Eyes is by far still the best deck, the ban list didn't change anything, yada yada. We're gonna see if that held up true for this current format before Rage of the Abyss. Yeah, anyways, one by one, let's go over some of these new cards. Now, like I said, I haven't read these at all yet, so I haven't really ordered these. I think the way we're going to do this on YouTube is probably just put it all out in one video where I talk about all these. But yeah, so what I'm trying to say is I don't have these in any particular order. Pack, thank you for the 30 months. Appreciate you, and congrats on the top in Cancun. 3 new free agents revealed in Supreme Darkness. Now, the only thing I know about these, I have not read these yet, but what I heard about these is that they are 3 new cards that are all supporting one of the crossover breakers archetypes. So like, I think this one is supposed to be support for the, I forgot its name again. The Apo, it used to be Apodrocosis, but now it has a different name. Yugioh. And then there's a template skipper, which is meant to be Malice support. And then there's an Xyz rank 4 that is meant to be Ryziel support. So, but I haven't read them yet. So let's see. We've got Dark Sea Serpent, Dry Eagle, which is a level 10 water sea serpent. You can only use the first and second effect once per turn each. if you have 3 or more level 10 monsters on your field, graveyard, and or banishment, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is special summoned, you can send the top card of your deck to the graveyard as cost. This card gains 500 attack. Then if the sent card was a monster, inflict 1000 damage to your opponent. Otherwise, you can send the top card of your deck to the graveyard. Okay. This does not strike me as a particularly good card, because setting up 3 level 10 monsters is not the easiest task, right? Like, that requires most decks. Basically, if you're playing level 10 monsters, you need to be playing already, right? The field spell does it, but I think if you resolve the field spell, you're already doing pretty well. But the in the Yugioh deck, you probably can do it. But the thing is, like, the payoff isn't that great, is it? Like, I'm looking at it here and I'm like, okay, well, if my deck can already play, what is my payoff? I special summon a level 10 that, like, mills 1 or 2 cards and maybe does 1000 damage. I guess it's a time win con. But you can easily search it in the deck, so it's like fine, but it's nothing crazy to me, honestly. Like, it doesn't feel like that's what the deck was missing. Template skipper, level 1 dark cybers, my favorite type. 0 attack, 0 defense. You can only special summon with the first effect of this card's name once per turn. You can only use the second effect once per turn. You can special summon this card from your hand to your zone a Cyberse Link monster points to. During your main phase, you can banish a Cyberse monster from your hand or graveyard, and if you do, when you link summon this turn, you can treat this card as link material with the same name as the banished monster. That is Malice support. That does feel like it would combo quite well with most of the Malice cards if you don't have Shifter, right? Because you can, like, normal summon any Malice, link it off into a link 1, special into this, and then banish that Malice monster from the graveyard so it comes back. And it even copies the name, so it becomes a Malice monster. Basically. Okay. That feels alright to me. That feels alright to me. You know, relatively easy to special summon, allows you to banish a Malice and copy and becomes a Malice monster. That's alright. I haven't tested Malice yet to say whether you would like to play this card or if the deck is fine without it, but it seems fine to me. And then we've got Twins of the Eclipse, which I think just based on artwork, this card already wins. Rank 4 Light Warrior, generic, rank 2 with 2500 attack. Rank 4, Link just needs 2 level 4s. For this card's Xyz summon, you can treat rank 4 monsters you control as level 4 monsters. You can only use the second. Okay, so what happens? What happens to the materials of those monsters? Do they fall off or do you keep them? They fall off? Okay. So this is like it's like a gigantic sprite, but for rank 4s. That's funny. You can detach 1 material from this card. This card can make up to 2 attacks. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can target 2 other rank 4 or lower Xyz in your grave, special one of them, and if you do, attach the other to it as material. Oh, that seems good. Now, what I have heard about this card is that you mostly don't summon it. You attach it to something from the extra deck, I think. Or something. Because the on-field effect for this card is not that great. Like, the on-field effect is not that great, but this second effect is a pretty nice effect for follow-up, right? So, like, if you have a way to send it from the extra deck directly to the graveyard, which I think Ryziel does, you can basically treat it as a Monster Reborn, right? You basically just have a Monster Reborn for your rank 4 deck if you have multiple rank 4s to the graveyard, right? Ryziel can send it with X-Ryziel and then attach it to Detonator. Yeah, I think that's So there's Detonator, which can attach a monster from the graveyard as material, right? And then there's X-Raziel. Give me a second. X-Raziel, which is special summon this card from your hand by sending an Xyz monster from your deck to the graveyard, right? So you can, like, on the first turn, you can send it to the graveyard, and then you can reattach it to Detonator, which then, if the Detonator leaves the board or if the material gets detached, you can use the effect to bring back a rank 4. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. So the best archetype gets the best support. It's true. Yeah, that's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that the best support out of the 3 goes to the deck that is already the best one out of the 3. So we're gonna further strengthen Raziel the most because, like I said, this card is not terrible, but it's definitely the worst out of the 3 for the yugioh deck. But okay. It doesn't strike me as like a badly designed card, though, is my thing. Like, I think the way this card works is still pretty cool. I kind of like this card. So that's neat. All right, that was the first wave. We have more to go. We have Materiactor support. Now, the thing that's impossible for me here is to tell you whether this is going to be good or bad Materiactor support because I have no idea what the Materiactor cards do. I'm going to be honest with you. I have no idea. I don't know who asked for this. I don't know why we decided to make Materiactor support before. I can think of 1,000 archetypes that I would want support for. Materiactor was not one of them. I have never played these cards, but okay. We have Materiactor Exarept, which is a level 3 water dragon. You can only use the first effect. I mean, maybe Materiactors are cool. I actually don't know. You can only use the first effect once per turn. You can reveal this card in your hand and discard one other card. Add a level 3 normal monster from your deck or graveyard to your hand, except the discarded card, and special summon this card in defense position. So it adds vanillas? Level 3 vanillas? Quick effect, discard this card, target a rank 3, it gains 1500. Okay. So discard one card to summon itself and add a level 3 vanilla. Okay. Materiactor Zepto Wing. You can only use the first and second effect once per turn. If you control a Materiactor card, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is normal or specialed or flipped face up, you can add a Materiactor from your deck to your hand except Zepto Wing. Then you can take a level 3 normal monster from your grave and either add it to your hand or special summon it. Okay, this card is cracked. This card is cracked. There's like every single archetype would love to have that kind of card. If you control a Materiactor, it's a free special. On summon, it adds a card from your deck to your hand for free, and you can even extend with it. Of course, you can only extend by bringing back a level 3 vanilla, which is not great. But this card is pretty good. This card is pretty good. And then we have Materiactor Exaguard, level rank 3 water dragon Xyz. Can only use the first and second once per turn. Detach one material from this card from your deck, special summon a Materiactor monster, or add a Materiactor spell trap. Okay, that's good. If your opponent normal or special summons a monster, you can add up to 2 cards attached to this card as material to your hand, including a Materiactor card. Then, if you have a normal monster in your graveyard, you can return 1 card on the field to the hand. Okay. Now, this card is good because it has both extension and a defensive effect. So you're going to summon it on the first turn, you're going to get the add or special summon, plus you can just keep it around and it's going to be a nice disruption. It's a pretty cool card. But that's about it, I feel like. If these are the only monsters, like I said, I'm not super familiar with the old Materiactors. Maybe I'll take a look at it in a moment. Meteor-Reactor Meltdown, continuous spell card. You can only use the first effect of this card's name once per turn. During your main phase, you can excavate the top 6 cards of your deck. You can add an excavated Meteor-Reactor card to your hand. Also place the rest on top of the deck in any order. Then you can add 1 card attached to your rank 3 Xyz as material to your hand. Okay, adding back Xyz material to the hand is quite nice as a like mechanic, right? Because you can like just as an example, all the hand traps, a lot of the hand traps are like level 3s, so you could like use them to exceed with and then add them back to your hand later. That's decent. Or even if you like have a way to attach them to your stuff, is nice. If your Xyz monster's effect is activated, you can attach the top card of your deck to one of your material. Oh, that's even better. Yeah, you can attach the top card of your deck to a Meteor-Reactor and then just add it back. So it's basically drawing cards at that point. Yeah, okay. Meteor-Reactor Critical, a counter trap. You can only use a card with this card's name once per turn. When a spell trap or monster effect is activated, add a card attached to your Meteor-Reactor Xyz to your hand, and if you do negate the activation, then apply this effect based on the added card's type. If you add back a monster, you have to place a card from your hand to the bottom. If you place a spell, if you get a spell back, the Meteor-Reactors gain 1,000, and if it's a trap, you can set it. Okay. Now, hold up. Meteor-Reactor Yu-Gi-Oh! Now, the one thing that's throwing me off a little bit. There's one thing that's throwing me off a little bit, and that is the fact that there's why is there vanillas in here? Like, what does this have to do with normal monsters? Anyways, it looks like there's only been 3 Meteor-Reactor cards prior to this, which is not looking good. We've got Meteor-Reactor Gigadra. Oh, it's from Blazing Vortex. What is that? The Prosperity set? You can discard 1 card, special summon a level 3 normal monster from your hand or deck, or if you discarded a normal monster, you can special summon a Meteor-Reactor monster instead. You can only use this effect once per turn. Okay, so it's like a 1.5 card rank 3 with this card. We have Giga Boros. Gains 500 for each card. You can only use each effect once per turn. Detach a material from this card. Attach a Meteor-Reactor monster from your deck to this card as material. During your opponent's main or battle phase, you can add a card attached to this card to the hand. Okay. And there's been Meteor-Reactor Annulus. Detach and Xyz from a monster you control. If the detached material is sent to the grave, you can set that card. That's it. Detach an Xyz material from a monster you control. If the detached material is sent to the graveyard, you can set that card. Dude, I thought that was like the cost to activate the effect to do something, but you just don't do anything. Like this spell card says detach, period. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, first of all, who thought it was a good idea to make an archetype that had just 3 cards in it? That's my first question. And my second question is why are we making support for it? And why, like, it's weird. I'm like, this is not going to make it playable because there's simply not enough cards. Like, these cards are solid, especially this one is good. And like the mechanic behind it is kind of cool. Although I have no idea why we're throwing level 3 vanillas into the mix. Like, this could have been a much cooler or much like cooler. It could have been a much more competitive archetype if it didn't force you to play level 3 normal monsters. Just saying. But as it stands, they just don't have enough cards. Like, even if you play all of these cards at maximum capacity, which you won't, because one of them is a counter trap, and one of them literally just says detach, period. Even if you were to play all of these cards at maximum capacity, that's only 18 cards. So you're not even halfway there to a Yu-Gi-Oh deck. So like, yeah, okay, that's not enough. That is not enough. I'm sad to report that the materia reactors are not going to be that great. All right. Now, for a closer look into the future, we've got Rage of the Abyss TCG exclusive cards, which, like I said, I've heard of some of these, but I haven't read them actually. So let's go over these because these will literally release this week, and we're going to talk about Rage of the Abyss a little bit more later of what's going to happen this week in the TCG. We've got some exciting stuff happening. So let's go over these. We've got Denial Deity Dotan, which is a warrior level 10 fusion, and it requires a light monster plus 2 monsters, but they cannot be on the field or in the graveyard. Okay. This fusion summoned card cannot be destroyed by battle. As long as no monsters on your field or graveyard share an original name with any monster on your opponent's field or graveyard, monsters you control cannot be destroyed by card effects. You can send from your hand deck or extra deck to the graveyard a monster with the same original name as a monster on your opponent's field or graveyard, then target one card on their field or graveyard, banish it. Okay. So what you're saying is, if my opponent has an Ash Blossom in the graveyard, and I play Ash Blossom in my deck, because this effect is not hard once per turn, I can just send 3 Ashes from my deck to the graveyard to banish 3 cards. And then I can do the same thing for all the other cards that they also, like if they have Impermanent Ash, I can banish like 6. And if I'm playing a mirror match, I can send my entire deck to the graveyard to banish all of their existence. Oh, it says monster. Okay, Imperm does not work, but okay, yeah, you get what I'm saying, right? I guess. I mean, the problem with this is it's incredibly hard to summon. And the protection that it has is also not really protection, right? It has potentially battle and card effect destruction protection, but like that's not what most people are going to do with it, right? Like most people are just going to negate it or banish it. It works with the new poly. You mean like the one where you can use stuff from your extra deck? I guess so, yeah. You can't play this in the mirror match either? Wait, what are you saying? Why not? Why can't I play this in a mirror match? The first effect, no same cards? Yeah, but like, I mean, okay, then it can be destroyed by card effects then. That's the only thing. Like, yeah, for the first effect, if you have a card in common, then it's going to be able to be destroyed by card effect. But you can still use it, right? It's not like a requirement to summon it. But okay. You know, I think the concept behind it is cool, right? But like, it's in practice, I think it's not going to really happen. Because you can't super poly for it. I mean, if it said a light monster plus 2 monsters, like if they didn't add this to it, this would be probably one of the craziest super poly targets ever printed. Like, we just can't play light monsters anymore if that was not on here. Okay. We have a Butterfly Fish. Now, there's one thing I'm noticing. Like, if you showed me this card and I just saw like this, right? You're like, hey, guess the name of this card. I'd be like, dude, I don't know, dude. Some sort of like sea serpent warrior guy of Atlantis or something. And then it's just Butterfly Fish. That's crazy. Anyways. Level 4 Water Fish Effect Monster. If this card is sent to the graveyard to activate a monster effect, you can add this card to your hand. Oh, Hugin discard? Okay. If a monster is sent to your graveyard except by battle while this card is in your graveyard, you can discard one card to the graveyard to special summon this card. You can only use one butterfly fish effect per turn, and only once that turn. You cannot special summon from the extra deck except water monsters the turn you activate either of this card's effects. Damn it! Not a Hugin discard. Yeah, this card's terrible. Holy shit. QQ Eneagon. Level 9 Fire Dinosaur. 900 attack, 900 defense. If this card is in your hand or graveyard, you can reveal a level 9 monster in your hand except QQ Eneagon. Special both this card and the revealed monster in defense. Also, you can't special summon from the extra deck except rank 9 or higher exceeds. You can only use this effect once per turn. A rank 9 or higher exceeds that has this card as material gains this effect. This card's gained 900 attack and defense. Could be generator support, I guess. It's just like it helps you unbrick in like level 9 decks. And the only thing I can think of is generator. Well, all right. I think there's more. Those are just 3. They posted them separately. We have Mantman, the Ultra Human, which is a level 7 psychic effect monster. Cannot be tributed or destroyed by battle while face up on the field. You can only use each of the following effects of Mantman, the Ultra Human, once per turn. If your opponent controls a face-up card you own, you can special summon this card from your hand. During the end phase, if this card was normal or special summoned this turn, you can place this card on the bottom of the deck. Then you can return one face-up card on the field you own to your hand. I am 99% sure that this card has a 0% play rate in GOAT format. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's more than 99%. I'm 100% sure this card has a 0% play rate in GOAT format. Release Brainwashing. Quick play spell card. If a monster is tributed from the hand or field, except during the damage step, target a face-up monster your opponent controls. Apply the following effect based on which player owns that face-up monster. If you own it, you take control of it, but it returns to the hand in the end phase. If your opponent owns it, negate its effect until the end of this turn. You can only activate one Release Brainwashing per turn. This card has a 0% chance to see play in LOB format. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what we're trying to do with this. I feel bad for the trees that that went down for Mantman the Ultra Human and Release Brainwashing. Supply Soldier of the Indestructible Insects. A level 5 Earth Insect effect monster. Now, insect support could potentially be alright, you know, because there is, what is it? Is it Bee Trooper or Battle Wasp? There's support in Rage of the Abyss. When an insect monster's effect is activated, quick effect, you can special summon this card from your hand. Then, if you activated this effect in response to your opponent's effect activation, negate that effect. Also, until the end of your next turn, after this effect resolves, you cannot special summon from the extra deck except insects. Is that a Maxi negate? That's a Maxi negate. That's very funny. That just gives like insect decks a negate for Maxi. Okay, that's hilarious. During your main phase, you can fusion summon a insect fusion monster from your extra deck. Using monsters from your hand or field, you can only use each effect of Supply Soldier of the Indestructible Insects once per turn. You know, if I was playing, there's going to be a lot of ifs in this upcoming sentence because I think ultimately it's not going to see that much play. But if I was playing like an insect deck, like bee troopers or battle wasps or whatever the insect kits play these days. If I was playing that deck and Maxi was legal, I would probably play this card because all of these insect decks, they summon from the extra deck a lot, or they special summon a lot in general. So having an extra out to Maxi would probably be fine. Which is very funny. Which is very funny because this is a TCG exclusive, which is the only format that doesn't have Maxi. So it's like, if this released in the core set and they had it in the OCG, maybe that could be one of the reasons to play an insect deck over there. Turns out it's not. So it's gonna take like 3 years until they get it, and then it's probably not gonna be relevant anymore. But yeah. Heavy Cavalry of the Indestructible Insects. Level 7 Earth Insect Fusion. Materials: 1 level 5 or higher insect monster and another insect monster. Cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. If all face-up monsters you control are insect monsters, quick effect, you can target 2 monsters on the field, including an insect monster you control, banish them. You can only use this effect once per turn. Okay. This is not a bad end board piece. Yeah, this is like SP Little Knight for insects. Insect Invitation. Continuous spell card. Face-up monsters your opponent controls that were not summoned this turn become insect. I was just checking if it had to be an insect you control or if you could banish 2 monsters from your opponent if it was an insect, but it has to be one of yours. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. You can target 3 of your banished insects, shuffle them into the deck, then draw a card. During the end phase, if this card's in the graveyard because it was sent there from the hand, you can place this card face up in your spell and trap zone. A pretty mediocre card, I think, because like recycling 3 and drawing 1 is nice, but not if it's the only purpose of the card. The end phase effect is okay. You can use it as a free discard. But the first effect just hardly ever matters, right? Because it like... This would be a very annoying floodgate for some decks if it didn't say that we're not summoned this turn, right? But because it says that, it's basically completely irrelevant, which is a good thing. It's a good thing. But yeah. And then we have Phalanop Sisters, level 1 Wind Fairy. If the total levels of monsters you control are less than or equal to the total levels of monsters your opponent controls, you contribute this card, add a level 7 or higher insect or plant from your deck to your hand. During the end phase of this turn, take 2,700 if you do not normal or special the added monster, or if a card with the same original name after activating this effect. You can only... Yeah, this card is, once again, just unplayable. All right, sick. And then the imports. We're getting Rescue Hedgehog, which is cute. It's not super relevant, but it's cute. We're getting Fire King Courtier Volcanics, which is very cool. We're getting this one, which I have to remind myself what it does. Cursed Fire King Doomburst. If this card is destroyed by battle or card effects into the graveyard, target a face-up monster your opponent controls. It loses 400 attack. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. If you control a Fiend Tuner, special summon this card from your hand. If this card is special summoned, okay, it's just a generic extender, not great. Splitting Planarian. You can banish this card you control, special summon 2 level 3 insect monsters from your deck with the same name from each other, but their effects are negated. Also banish them during the end phase. You can only use this effect once per turn. Okay, that's decent. For potentially some insect decks, right? That could be okay. The wording is very weird. Is that just me? Special summon 2 level 3 insect monsters from your deck with the same name from each other? Shouldn't it either be 2 level 3 insect monsters from your deck with the same name as each other? Or with a different name from each other? Yeah, I think someone messed up the translation, but okay. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest with you. The overall situation on the TCG imports and exclusives here. I mean, besides Mimighoul is fine. Mimighoul is definitely the highlight of the TCG exclusives. The imports, for the most part, only Volcanics really matters from a competitive perspective. The other TCG exclusive cards, I think some of the insects have a small chance. Like the insect deck, the insect support in Rage of the Abyss is not terrible. I'm not sure exactly how good it is. I haven't tested it yet, but like there's a small chance that that could be okay. And then last but not least, we have Double Fusion that was announced like yesterday or today as a new V-Jump promo, which has a very simple effect of pay 500 life points, fusion summon a fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field as material. Then you can fusion summon a fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field as material. So, card is called Double Fusion, and that is quite literally what it does. You just have the text of polymerization twice. So, yeah. It's just poly, but 2 in a row. Which I thought about this morning. The only thing that I can think of for this card that is kind of funny about it is that you can summon a Guardian Chimera without having monsters on the field when you activate this card. That'd be cool, because then you could the way you would do it, it requires a lot of monsters, but you would poly into like a Garura on the field, and then in the same chain, you can, like within the same chain link even, you fuse off that Garura and make a Guardian Chimera. So it's like, you know where like sometimes you can't make a Guardian Chimera because your opponent like banishes your only monster with SP or something? That's the only thing I could think of. But that's like, how many monsters do you need for that? 4? No, 3. No, 4. You need 4 monsters for that. Sick. Yeah, I don't think this card is going to be good because it's not as searchable as Poly, right? Like the only reason people play polymerization is because they can get it for free with Patchwork or something. Other than that, every archetype only uses their own fusion spell. I don't know. All right, cool. That being said, we're now going to talk a little bit about the current format before Rage of the Abyss, and then we're going to move into some Rage of the Abyss discussions. But real quick, I need to take a little pee-pee break, so I'll be right back with you guys for current format discussions. Read the Tempura card match. No, I left that one out on purpose because it just wasn't playable. New Fiendsmith support? Wait, there's Fiendsmiths in Supreme Darkness? Hold up. I didn't know about that. Okay, I guess I missed those. Let's just look at these and pray that they're not that great. Fiendsmith's Rex Tremende. Level 9 Light Fusion requires a Fiendsmith Fusion and a Fusion or Link monster. You can only use the first or third effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is Fusion summoned, discard a card, send a Light Fiend from your deck or extra to the graveyard, unaffected by non-Fiendsmith card effects while equipped with a Fiendsmith equip spell. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can target another Fiendsmith card in your graveyard banishment, add it to your hand. Probably fine. It's actually, I think it's bad for Fiendsmith that this comes out because you can now you can super poly Desiree plus a Link monster, right? It's also really hard to summon even with sequence, right? Because usually when you make sequence, you don't have a fusion yet. So you'd have to sequence into Desiree, and then you'd have to fuse away your Desiree. It's like really hard without Lacrima. Yeah. Okay. That's a good thing though. I think Fiendsmiths are powerful enough as it is. And then we have Demon Smith's Kyrie. Normal trap card. Probably enough info already. You can only use the second effect once per turn. This turn, your Light Fiends cannot be destroyed by battle. You can banish this card from your grave, fusion summon a Fiendsmith from your extra deck using monsters you control. You can also use monsters in your spell trap zone equipped to a Fiendsmith as equipped spells. Okay. Yeah, I think those won't really see play, right? Yeah, these are not great. Okay. All right. What I want to do now, before we hop into some Rage of the Abyss analysis, but what I want to do now is I want to take a look at some YCS results in the current format and just talk a little bit about the current format and the situation we're in before Rage of the Abyss comes out, right? Because we've just had 3 YCS events over the last 2 weekends, which are the only YCSs that are going to happen under this current ban list before Rage of the Abyss, right? And so I just want to take a moment, take a step back, observe what happened, observe what kind of decks did well, and see how good the last ban list really was before Rage of the Abyss, right? Because there was people back then. I still remember a lot of people saying like, oh, Snake Eyes is still going to be the best deck by far. The list didn't change anything. And I myself also wasn't sure whether they hit Snake Eyes enough on that last Forbidden Unlimited list. So I wanted to take a moment to recap some of these events that happened. And obviously talk about what decks are the best at the moment. Now, we're going to start with the most recent one. That's YCS Cancun. That happened this past weekend. And Team Samurai X1 won a YCS over at YCS Cancun with Bell. Congratulations, Sam. Well done. This is going to be a repeating pattern for these YCSs because Bell won every single one of them. Bell won YCS Cancun. Bell won YCS Lille. Bell won the 3v3 for all 3 of them were on Bell. So it is literally, in terms of YCSs for this format, Bell won every single one of them with no exception. And it was also the most represented deck in Top Cut for all 3 of them. Actually, the order of decks for the first 2 was the same every time. It was always Bell, then Tenpai. Bell, then Tenpai. Bell, then Tenpai. So this was the thing. I think I'd have to go back and rewatch my initial reaction to the ban list, but I'm pretty sure this is what I feared when I saw the list, was not that Snake Eyes was still going to be dominant before Rage of the Abyss, but rather that Snake Eyes was just going to be like replaced by Yubel. And I'm gonna be honest with you, the Yubel deck, from my personal preparation for YCS Lil, I didn't find the Yubel deck to be more fun to play against than the Snake Eye deck, because let's be real, both Snake Eyes and Yubel focus very heavily on resolving one card combos that put up boards that should never be possible with 1 or 2 cards, right? Like the Yubel board, 2 cards in Yubel create DDD Wave Hiking Caesar, Varudras, Desiree with an equip spell, Phantom of Yubel, Unchained Soul of Rage, and an Unchained trap card. With 2 cards. And if you only have 1 card, if you only have a 1-card combo, you're missing like the Varudras maybe. Or the Desiree maybe. You're not missing a lot. You almost get the full thing with just 1 card, right? So from my perspective, preparing for that format was really rough, because it's not like that's the only thing you have to worry about, right? It's not like the only thing you have to worry about is Yubel making a crazy unbreakable board, because maybe you can find a way to board break it, or maybe you can find a way to hand trap it. No, you also have to deal with the fact that like the second most popular deck in Tenpai Dragon is like a completely different deck. Like if you build a deck that is good into Yubel, does not necessarily mean your deck works into Tenpai, because that deck is like the script is completely flipped. While Yubel is trying to go first and make as powerful of a board as possible, Tenpai basically does the exact opposite, which is try to go second and break any board that's being made and just OTK through it and play shifter and all that kind of stuff, right? Like it's a super different environment, whether you're playing against Yubel or you're playing against Tenpai. Super polarizing. And like it's difficult, right? It's difficult because the Yubel deck is also super resilient to hand traps, right? Like I tried it. I tried for YCS Lil, I tried Centurion with like 18 hand traps plus Bystials or something, but it just wasn't possible to consistently hand trap the Yubel deck and then also be able to play through their disruptions. Because Phantom of Yubel is such a powerful card, right? Like Phantom of Yubel is so good that like even if you get hand trapped 2 or 3 times, you probably still end on like the Unchained board or the Unchained Soul of Rage plus Phantom of Yubel or something. It's really rough. And it really shows in all 3 of these events how dominant Yubel really was, and how powerful Tenpai also still is with the Sangan summoning. However, there's one thing in my opinion that you can't say about the previous Forbidden and Limited list, and that is that it didn't hit Snake Eye sufficiently, because Snake Eye is almost gone off the face of the earth. Like legitimately, I think there's one YCS where you see Snake Eyes here. It's like the 3v3. There was a couple of Snake Eyes. Like there's one here in the 2nd place team, one in the top 4 team, and then there was one team in top 8 that had 3 Snake Eyes. And then another one here. So like there were a couple of teams with Snake Eyes in the 3v3, but for the most part in the other 2 events, Snake Eyes non-existent. One topped YCS Lil. It was Philip, the guy that I lost to in round 11 on the bubble, topped with Snake Eyes, and it was the only Snake Eyes in top 32 at Lil. And for YCS Cancun, you see 2 Snake Eyes in top 32. So the deck is like barely playable in at like competitive level at this point. It's like fine. It's not unplayable by any means, but I feel like the ban list looking back for Snake Eyes specifically, it did enough. I think the main takeaway is that they should have probably hit Yubel harder, or even honestly, the main takeaway is that like it's not only about the name of the deck that's at the top, but also about the way the deck plays, right? Because I feel like Yubel and Snake Eyes are 2 decks that feel, at least to me, when preparing for a tournament, they feel very similar, right? It doesn't feel like much has changed because the Yubel deck is trying to do the same thing as the Snake Eye deck. Does anyone else feel that way? I feel like when I'm playing against Snake Eyes, it's like a very similar feeling than playing against Yubel, and I think that's the main thing that feels unsatisfying with the current format, is the fact that like the top deck plays the same way as the previous top deck, even though they technically are a different deck, right? They technically play it's technically you're playing against a different deck, but it feels the same. In some ways, it can even feel worse because the Yubel board, actually, believe it or not, the Yubel board is more powerful than the Snake Eye board. Like, Yubel has other weaknesses that led people to play Snake Eyes previously. But yeah. Yubel at least has less follow-up. Overall, yes. Overall, I want to emphasize Fiendsmith Yubel, the current best deck in the format, is worse than Fiendsmith Snake Eyes before the ban list, right? Like, it's a worse best deck because of this deck was basically completely legal in the last format and Snake Eyes was still better. Like, yes, it's a worse deck overall, but only slightly and not in all aspects, right? Like, maybe it has worse follow-up, yada yada. It plays going second a little bit worse, but its end board is more powerful, for example. In some instances, it plays through hand traps better because, honestly, Phantom of Yubel and Nightmare Throne are insane at that. So it's not just worse in every aspect. It's better in some aspects. And it's like, also, the end board is like almost impossible to solve, right? Because they have Desiree plus Varudras plus Caesar plus Phantom plus Unchained cards. It's rough to try and defeat the Yubel board, right? So that's the situation currently. And I feel like the unfortunate part is that there's if you look at the rest of the top cut, I feel like a lot of the stuff in here is actually quite cool and well-designed decks, for the most part. Not everything, and obviously people are going to have different opinions, but like, in my opinion, White Forest is a cool deck, Ritual Beast is a cool deck, Labyrinth is a cool deck, Chimera is a cool deck, Pearly is a cool deck, Voices is fine, Fire King's cool, Melodious is cool. I think this is Runic Stun, so that's not that cool. But like, behind Yubel and Snake Eyes in 2024 Yu-Gi-Oh!, there's a lot of really cool stuff. And I know I've said this before. I've said that during Snake Eye format already, but it feels like 2024 is a time in Yu-Gi-Oh's history where a lot of cool stuff happened, and it's very much overshadowed by what they decided to turn Yubel and Snake Eye into, which is just, I feel like at this point, a concept that the community agrees on is not that great for competitive Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Like, when one card does that much, it's just something that tends to be received quite negatively, I think. It's gotten a little out of control in 2024, right? So like, all there's left at this point is to give him that feedback. I feel like, you know, just openly, you know, say like, oh, I don't think it's good for the game when one card does that much, and just hope that Yubel and Snake Eyes won't last too long and that they'll take away something from it, right? Because we have seen times in Yu-Gi-Oh where they can take a step back and they can turn the format into something that's a lot slower, right? Like, we have evolved from formats like, we've gone from full power Dragon Ruler and Spellbook in 2013 to Hat in 2014. We've gone from full power Goki and Spiral formats in 2017 and 2018 into Toss format in 2019, right? Like, there is ways to turn down the power level that Yu-Gi-Oh is being played at. Power creep does not always go in one direction. You can make steps back, and it can work out for the game. And I think we're at a point in time for Yu-Gi-Oh's history where we have to take a step back from Yubel and Snake Eyes. And we are currently in the process of taking a step back from Yubel and Snake Eyes. You know, we've started hitting them on the recent ban list, obviously not enough by no means. We need a little bit more in that regard on the future ones. But that is the current state of the format in the TCG before Rage of the Abyss comes out. Now, I will say Rage of the Abyss is something that we'll look at in a bit. But I think it does shake up some of these things. Some of them in a positive way, some of them in a negative way. But yeah, we'll talk about that in a separate discussion. Did you see that Sam won Cancun? Yeah, I saw that Sam won Cancun. Is the list out there already? No, I know that Sam and Pac apparently they played like a Kashtira Snake Eye and a Kashtira Yubel. Have you by any chance seen the round 6 at YCS Lille? No, I haven't. As far as Tenpai goes, I've seen some discussion on Twitter recently. I think it was Ruben, the world champion, who posted about it after losing to Tenpai at after losing to Tenpai at YCS Cancun. He tweeted this, which was, "Can't wait for Tenpai to stop being a real deck, negative skill expression and ruining player experiences, but hey, cheap meta deck, am I right? Anyways, lost top 32 in less than 5 minutes." I definitely, I get the frustration, you know, like I get it. I do see it. It's probably one of those tweets that just happens when you're like, when you just lost to Tenpai and it feels really bad. I personally, I can see both sides on this. Like, some games of Tenpai definitely feel like there is negative skill expression because your opponent just beats a hand that beats your hand in like 2 minutes. I would make the argument that this happens in card games frequently, no matter what kind of deck you're playing. Like, it's just that the problem is, I think people think it's worse with Tenpai because with Tenpai it's faster, right? Like, sometimes a Tenpai game goes, activate Shifter, opponent passes, normal summon Pydra, and the game is over, right? Like, it can literally be like a 30-second situation. However, I think there's not that much difference to when let's say you go up against Yubel and you simply don't open a hand trap and your opponent sits there solitarying for 5 minutes and then you play into the board and it's like, okay, you're playing Yu-Gi-Oh right now, but the winner has already been determined, because if your Yubel opponent completely sets up the board and you're playing into it with like a normal hand, it's also not really a question of who's going to win, right? There's still more skill expression. There's still more skill expression because obviously your opponent, if they're playing Yubel, they could still mess up. They could misuse their interruptions and all that kind of stuff. It's harder to mess up Tenpai than it is to mess up other decks. That is true. So it does have lower skill expression than Yubel. Pac disagrees in his tweet. I saw the Pac tweets where he said, like, here's the thing, right? It's difficult for me to evaluate because let me pull this up. Hold up. Where's Pac? Where do I find Pac? Pac. So this is the tweet you're referring to, right? Someone is saying like spending 30 minutes playing solitaire while making an unbreakable board is positive player experience. And he says, this is crazy cap. Team Sam and I broke the full Yubel board all weekend, sometimes with just engine. The only thing unbreakable is your mindset. Now, I know Pack is a good player, but at this point, I feel like I don't know exactly what the argument is here. Like, is your argument that the Yubel board is not too powerful? Is your argument that the Yubel board is fine? Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, if you broke the Yubel board with just engine, it's only because your opponent just had to have messed up like crazy. Like, there's no way, like, there is no deck on the planet that breaks the Yubel board with full engine if your opponent uses it fine. Like, if your opponent knows how to use any of their disruptions correctly, you are not beating it with engine. That is the point, right? The point, I feel like that's where I feel like that's where the argument comes from, is like that is in a way skill expression, right? In a way, that's skill expression, where this is the difference between someone makes the full Yubel board or someone plays Tenpai. Like, if my opponent has Shifter and Chandra or something, they just can't mess up, right? They will just win. Whereas, like, with Yubel, they still have to, like, they still have to show some kind of skill with playing their combo and then using their interruptions well. And I'm sure if you're playing, like, I think what they played was Cash Tira Yubel. Like, if you play a Cash Tira Yubel deck with some board breakers, you can break a full Yubel board if you draw a very good hand and your opponent also messes up a couple of times. But I think the argument still stands that for 99% of people, it's a very negative player experience, because that board should not be breakable, right? It shouldn't be breakable. I had opponents too at YCS Lille that should have won games but didn't because they threw them away. That's always the case. That happens in Yu-Gi-Oh all the time. If that doesn't happen, we have a real big problem, right? If decks are so powerful and so degen that, like, people can't even mess up if they want to, then we have a huge problem, right? And, like, I get it. Like, Tenpai is kind of that direction a little bit, but, like, for the most part, I think the way you have to see Tenpai is from the perspective of a non-Tenpai player. I think Tenpai doesn't check the Tenpai player's skill. It checks your skill. Often, not always. Some games against Tenpai are straight up not winnable. But, like, for the most part, like, it's just about, like, you need to use your interruptions and all that well against Tenpai. But yeah, I don't really know what the argument here is. Like, I don't know what the argument here is, because the Yubel board is way too powerful and way too oppressive, and only because you broke it a couple times against someone who didn't really know how to play Yubel, probably. I don't know exactly what, because I've tested with Yubel. And not a single person has broken my board with just engine. That didn't really happen, right? That's why the week before Lil, Pack told me to play Sphere mode in Labyrinth, because it's the only way to break the Yubel board reliably, right? You've tested with Pack? No, I've tested. I test with Pack, and I think Pack is a phenomenal player. I think sometimes we're overstating like certain things, though. Like, I don't know. I'm pretty sure their list must be pretty good. Like, I'm pretty sure they found a good solution to the format. Because Pack got top 8 and Sam won the entire thing. They must have had a good solution to the format, right? So, like, I think what we need to differentiate here is people think that bad format equals completely unsolvable format, and that is not true. The competitive mindset that Pack is referring to here is, like, even in a format that's not great, even in a format that's not good, you can still try your best to solve it and try to get the best odds possible to win, right? That is true, right? Like if you're trying to win a tournament, there's no point in just sitting there and complaining about the format. You have to try and find solutions, right? And I think that's ultimately what Pack is trying to say. I don't think Pack is trying to. I feel like it's just poorly worded. But it's like when a format is bad, you have two choices. You can either just cry about it, or you can try to solve it and try your best to do it, and it might work or it might not. And they tried it and it worked, and that's good, right? And so obviously they're riding the high on that. But like he's not saying that the format is good. I don't think he's saying like, oh, the format is fine. Stop whining. That's not. I don't think that's what he's saying. I think he's just saying like, you have to try your best anyways. Playing Yu-Gi-Oh right now is frustrating if you don't want to spend 500 plus. Yes, the Yubel deck is quite expensive. The Yubel deck is quite expensive, but I feel like there is decks without Fiend Smith that can still perform. Obviously, Mulcharmy Fuwalos is not going to help that case, by no means. Mulcharmy Fuwalos is even Tenpai. You guys are mentioning Tenpai. Even Tenpai is going to lose its position as a budget option after Mulcharmy Fuwalos comes out, right? Because you see this Tenpai deck right here, $400 because it has Mulcharmy Purulia in it. What is Fuwalos at right now? Let me check the pre-sale price on Card Market. Mulcharmy Fuwalos is on the cheapest playset is 125 for German copies right now, which is 375 euros, which probably comes out to about $400, which basically means the existence of Mulcharmy Fuwalos is gonna double the price of Tenpai. Like it's gonna take Tenpai from this level to like Yubel levels and even above, right? So like, I think that's bad. I think that is bad. Yeah. Can you play Lab without Fuwalos? I mean, here's the thing. Technically, you can play any deck without Fuwalos. We'll talk about Fuwalos more later today. I have a discussion prepared for Mulcharmy Fuwalos. I want to get into some of the Rage of the Abyss discussions now, because I think it's a good segue that we just took a look at the current format. This is the current situation we're in. And now I think is a good time to talk about the things that are happening next, because Rage of the Abyss is coming out literally this week. And it's obviously going to have an impact on the format. So I do want to talk about the impact of Rage of the Abyss, and we're going to split it into different discussions. The way we're going to do it is we're going to have a little bit of an overall discussion of Rage of the Abyss, where I mention some of the things that it brings to the format, some of the things that are worth talking about, and what I think of some of the archetypes in the set, right? Like, we're going to talk about like how does it impact the Fiendsmith engine with new cards being added to it? How does it impact the game overall with Mulcharmy? How does it change Snake Eyes, right? Because there is Snake Eye support in there, and so on and so forth, and some other honorable mentions as well. So that's something I have lined up for today. And then after that, I wanted to have a separate discussion about specifically Mulcharmy Fuwalos, and I wanted to have a separate discussion about specifically Snake Eyes and how it's going to be impacted by this set, because obviously the fear that everyone had going into this, I mean, the sentiment after the last ban list was like, okay, this is like, maybe it's fine for Snake Eyes, but then when Rage of the Abyss comes out, it's just going to come back. So that's what we're gonna have to talk about. So yeah, let's just go through one by one. Let me see what do I do. I go like this or do I go like that? Go like that. That's better. All right. So once again, the cards I'm using here from Rage of the Abyss are OCG cards. I hope that's not too distracting. If this ends up on YouTube, the editor will throw translated versions of it on the screen. But since I didn't have time to attend I did not have time to attend the pre-release last weekend. I only have access to these. And I have access to these thanks to one of the sponsors of the channel. So I want to give a quick shout out to Haul On Card Shop. If you're watching on Twitch, you can go !Haul On to check them out, because they also have all kinds of OCG cards as well. But yeah, thanks for getting me access to these cards so I can show them off before the set drops and maybe even playtest with them before I get my hands on the TCG cards. The first thing I want to talk about is the impact on the Fiendsmith engine from Rage of the Abyss, which has obviously already taken a hit in the TCG with the banning of Lacrima. Now, you get 2 new cards in Rage of the Abyss, which are Lacrima, the Scarlet Sorrow, which is always treated as a Fiendsmith card, and you have, I think in English, it's called Fiendsmith Agnum Day, which is a new Link 3 Fiendsmith monster. Now, for the most part, the most relevant out of these is Lacrima, the Scarlet Sorrow, and it basically, this card says if it's normal or special summoned, you get to send any Fiendsmith card from your deck to the graveyard, which is the most relevant effect. And during your opponent's turn, if it's in the graveyard, you can target a Fiendsmith Link monster in your graveyard, shuffle itself into the deck, and special summon the Link monster back. So it gives you, basically, it's in line with the entire design of the Fiendsmith cards, because it gives you like a bonus immediately and then some kind of grind game effect later on. The reason this card is good is because it lets you like summon something off of Requiem, because Requiem does not have to summon Engraver. It can summon any Fiendsmith. It's just Engraver was the only one we had up until this point. It lets you summon this from the deck and send an extra Light Fiend into rotation, basically into the graveyard. So this lets you fill the graveyard with extra Fiendsmiths. The reason why this card, I think, for us is a little less relevant than it is for the OCG is because we have Necroquip Princess, which Necroquip Princess was basically the TCG's fix to a problem in Fiendsmith, where sometimes, let's say you open with Fiendsmith Tract, go through the Lurry into the Requiem, and then you would go Requiem effect to summon out the Fiendsmith Engraver, right? Here is where we have a problem because we can't get that Engraver into the graveyard to get the ability to summon it back and get multiple bodies to make sequence and stuff like that, right? So for the TCG, what we've been doing in the last couple of weeks is we're bringing back the Requiem as an equip spell here. We're equipping it to the Engraver, and then we send it to the graveyard to summon Necroquip. And now you can bring back the Engraver by shuffling back Requiem or Lurry. And now you have your rank 6 play, or you have your sequence, right? You can make the sequence and then you can fuse with the sequence here. In the OCG, they don't have this ability with the Necroquip Princess, right? Because this is a TCG exclusive card. So what they can do with the help of this card is you can tribute the Requiem to summon the Lacrima and then send an Engraver from the deck to the graveyard. And then you can shuffle back the Lurry to summon back the Engraver, and there you go. That's your Link 2 into sequence. And you even have 3 Light Fiends in the graveyard now if you start with Tract, which if you start with Engraver, you would have 4 Light Fiends, but if you start with Tract specifically, you'll have 3 Light Fiends here, which is more than you have if you go through the Necroquip Princess. Because if you go through the let's say you have only Tract and we don't have access to Lacrima, you would go Tract into Lurry, into Requiem, into Engraver, into Necroquip, bring back the Engraver by shuffling back the Lurry, and now when you make sequence, you actually can't make Desiree. You can't make Desiree because you don't have 3 light fiends, you only have 2. So even in the TCG, I think this card is going to solve some problems for the Fiendsmith deck, because it's going to make starting with Tracked better, as well as the just the general ability to save an extra deck space from the Necroquip Princess if you so want to. One of the biggest downsides of the Fiendsmith package has been that it takes up a lot of extra deck space, right? And the Necroquip Princess just being one other card you have to put in your extra deck. I can see people prioritizing a main deck slot over an extra deck slot for this, because the Lacrima is not even a terrible draw, because you can still normal summon it, use the effect to send a Fiendsmith from the deck to the graveyard, and then go into your Requiem. So like, it's not a terrible normal summon, right? Overall though, I think the impact of this card on the Fiendsmith decks is a little bit overrated. I think this card is good. I think this card will see some play. I think overall, if the Fiendsmith cards level, like on a scale of 1 to 10, if the Fiendsmith cards were on a scale of 8 before, like now it's like maybe an 8.5. It doesn't change the power level of the deck much. It's a solid option, but it's not going to really increase the power level of the Fiendsmith. Honestly, if anything, overall, we're going to talk about this card later, but overall, if Fiendsmith before Rage of the Abyss was a 8, it probably loses more from this than it gains from this. So like, I think Rage of the Abyss actually makes the Fiendsmith cards overall slightly weaker, because Mulcharmy is like really good against Fiendsmith. And then we have Fiendsmith Agnum Day, which honestly, I've been talking mostly about this card because this card is barely relevant. This card is a Link 3 that says you can target a Fiendsmith Fusion in your graveyard, or any Fiendsmith monster, I think. Yeah. You can target any light non-link Fiend monster in your graveyard. You summon it from the graveyard, and then you equip this card from the field to it. Which honestly, I thought about it, but I haven't really seen many uses for this card. I think one use case that I can think of is, let's say you go sequence. Let's say you go sequence and summon out a Desiree. In this spot, in some decks, what people have been doing was just equip the sequence from the field to the Desiree, right? To have the negates online. I think what you can do is, if you want to use the extra deck slot for it, let's say you're going second into a board, you can link these two off into the Agnum Day. Then you can use the Desiree, shuffle back in the sequence to send a card from your opponent to the graveyard, and then you can use this to equip it to the Desiree, and now you have a Desiree that's equipped with Agnum Day. Which is fine. But once again, Fiendsmith extra decks are already super tight, so I doubt that this card is going to find its way into Fiendsmith extra decks. So overall, the Fiendsmith support in this set is honestly not that good. This card is going to see some play. This card is not going to see much play, I think. But overall, Fiendsmiths are getting something in Rage of the Abyss, but not that much. Other cards that are obviously worth mentioning, and we're gonna have a separate discussion on the Azamina cards and what they do to Snake Eye. But like, basically, Azamina is a new archetype that is part of the Diabellstar lore, and it's focusing on fusion summoning. They have 4 new fusion monsters. They have 4 new fusion monsters where I'm gonna tell you what all of them do, but for the most part, only 2 of them really matter. But let's go through these two one by one. Let's go through the less relevance first, so we can go over it more quickly. And excuse me, I don't know 100% what these are going to be called for the TCG, but like, this one is Azamina Sol Erisicthon or something. It's a illusion level 6 fusion monster, and it says so the normal requirements on these are like, they all need an illusion monster plus one other like type. This one requires a illusion and a fiend, so you can theoretically hard summon it in other decks, but they have their own unique way of summoning these fusions, which we'll get into in a moment. But So this card says, if this card is fusion summoned, you can target a card on the field, send it to the graveyard. During each standby phase, you can target an Examiner or a Sinful Spoils card in your graveyard, add it to your hand. So overall, fine card, but obviously it's just removal, not much else, and it doesn't really see play in the OCG, so we're going to move over that one relatively quickly. This one is a level 8. Razor, thank you for the 14 months. This is a level 8, which actually quite matters because the level of these fusions dictates how hard they are to summon. I'll show you in a moment how you summon them. This one is Azamina Mo Regina, and it says target an illusion monster in your graveyard, special summon it. When a Sinful Spoiler or Azamina card is activated, except Mo Regina, quick effect, you can target up to 2 cards on the field, destroy them. It is quite powerful, but I think this card doesn't see play at all in the OCG at the moment because it's just almost impossible to summon with the way this deck works. I can maybe you can play them in like Chimera and just hard fusion it because the materials are an illusion and a level 6 or higher fiend. That maybe, but like with the Examiner cards themselves, you're not gonna summon this one pretty much at all. And then we have the 2 good ones, the 2 really good ones. We've got Azamina Murcielago, which says they have some sort of bonus effect that I forgot about. It says like boosts your stuff by 500 or something. But like the key thing of this card is when it is summoned, it adds an Azamina or Sinful Spoils card from your deck to your hand. And what is a Sinful Spoils card? That's right, Wanted. So this card searches Wanted on summon. And that is the main purpose of this card. It has like an effect when it's destroyed by battle or something, but like the on summon, this searches a Sinful Spoils. And this one is Azamina Ria Silvera, and it says when your opponent activates a card or effect, you contribute it to negate it. So not only do these cards search Wanted from your deck, but they also have an Omni Negate for hand trap interactions. Now, it's quite obvious why these 2 are the most popular ones, right? So, Sacred Azamina is the fusion spell for this archetype, basically. They have another card that summons fusions, but it doesn't really see play. This one is the relevant one. The way this card works is, and it's not hard once per turn. You can fusion summon multiple times with this, which is very important because in the standard Snake Eye combo, which I'll show you later, you use this card to summon the Searcher first, get your Wanted, then you get this card back from the graveyard and summon the Omni Negate. So non-hard once per turn, the way this card works is you summon an Azamina fusion monster by sending to the graveyard Sinful Spoils spell cards. And you have to send 1 Sinful Spoils card for every 4 levels a monster has, right? So for every full 4 levels that the monster has that you're trying to summon, you have to send 1 Sinful Spoils. So for the level 6s, because they don't have, you have to send 1 card because they haven't hit level, at level 8, you have to send 2. So that's why this card is so hard to summon, because you'd have to send 2 Sinful Spoils to the graveyard to summon it. For each of these, you have to send 1 Sinful Spoils to summon it. And it has a graveyard effect where if it's in the graveyard, you can target a Azamina fusion that's on your field or in your graveyard, put it back to the extra deck, and this card goes back to your hand. So like that's how you can use it multiple times, right? And I'm gonna show you the Snake Eye combo and the impact it has on the Snake Eye deck in just a moment. And then we have this card, which is probably, I mean, it's not the best card of the bunch, but it's the one that makes it all tick and glues it all together. This card is Sinful Spoils Deception. Technically not an Azamina card, but it searches Azamina cards because what it does is you tribute a monster to activate the effect to add any Azamina card from your deck to your hand. And then in the end phase, I think if it was sent to the graveyard to activate an effect or something, you can get it back to your hand or set it back. I think it sets itself. Let me check. Sinful Spoils, Deception. During the end phase, if this card's in your graveyard because it was sent there from the spell trap zone, you can set it. Yeah, okay, yeah. You get it back in the end phase. But it's not that important because the main part is obviously tribute a monster to summon out a... to add out an Azamina card. So why don't we take a look at how this interacts with Snake Eyes, right? Because this is obviously the one that it goes the best into, which is unfortunate. I've said this before. I'm a little frustrated that the Azamina archetype, because in itself, I find these cards quite cool, actually. I have no beef with the Azamina cards, is what I'm trying to say. My issue personally is that why does it have the best synergy with Snake Eyes? Why does the whole Dia Bellstar lore like not have why didn't they make synergy cards with the other archetypes like White Forest and stuff like that? Like it's kind of mind-blowing to me. But anyways, here is how you can use these cards to access your Snake Eyes combo, because obviously now that Snake Eye Ash is limited and Snake Eye Poplar is limited, you lose some consistency in Snake Eyes, but you can actually use Sinful Spoils of Deceptions to replace those kind of consistency hits, and you can even use this card to even play around Nibiru, and this is how it goes, right? So all it takes is Sinful Spoils Deception plus a monster to tribute. Let me zoom out a little bit. Sinful Spoils Deception plus a monster to tribute. Let's say you have a dead Mulcharmy Fuwalos in your hand because you're going first. You're not going to be able to use it. That's going to be a very common thing in the next format. So you're going to use Sinful Spoils Deception. You're going to tribute Mulcharmy Fuwalos. And now you can add an Azamina card from your deck to your hand, which is going to add you Sacred Azamina. Now, Sacred Azamina is able to summon one of the level 6 fusion monsters here by sending one Sinful Spoils from the field to the graveyard, which is the Deception. You're going to send the Deception to the graveyard, and you're going to summon out Murcielago, which Murcielago now adds you any Sinful Spoils from the deck to the hand. And now, obviously, for that, you're going to add Wanted. You're going to add Wanted, you're going to activate Wanted, and that's going to grab you the Dia Bellstar. And at this point, you can use the Wanted to put back the Sinful Spoils Deception, because it is a Sinful Spoils, to put it back to the bottom of the deck and draw a card, right? And just for the sake of this combo, let's say we just discard that card for Dia Bellstar, right? You're gonna discard one for Dia Bellstar, and you're gonna set your original Sinful Spoils. And you might think like, oh, cool, we've gotten into the original Sinful Spoils. That's how we now access our Snake Eye combo and we're Gucci. But that's actually not what you do in this instance. What you do is you link these two off into any link to that you want to go into. In a lot of combo tutorials, people have been summoning the Moon of the Closed Heaven here to go into the Fiendsmith cards later, which you can do. I think it is not unlikely that people will choose to not play the Fiendsmith cards in Snake Eyes after Rage of the Abyss, though, because this takes up some... You need extra deck space for the Azamina cards, and the Fiendsmith engine itself doesn't actually access your Snake Eye cards anymore. So, like, I can imagine people not playing this anymore and instead going for an IP Masquerena and then use it later in the combo to place it with Flamberge. What exactly you summon here doesn't really matter. It's not the point, right? The point is you make a link 2 here for now that you can make use of later. And now what you do is you use the Sacred Azamina in the graveyard, put back the Murcielago to add itself back to the hand. And this goes back, I believe it goes back into the extra deck. Let me double check. Yes. The Murcielago goes back into the extra deck to add the Sacred Azamina back to the hand. And then you can use this again to fuse, because you don't have to send face up Sinful Spoils to the graveyard. You can send it from face down as well. You can send this original Sinful Spoils to the graveyard to fusion summon the Rhea Silvera. Now you have an IP Masquerena and you have a Rhea Silvera, which can negate anything your opponent throws at you. And obviously, because we didn't use the first effect of Sinful Spoils Snake Eye, we can now banish it from the graveyard, put the Dia Bellstar from the graveyard back into the deck and search Snake Eye Ash. Because guess what we haven't done yet? That's right, we haven't normal summoned. So at this point, you've added Snake Eye Ash from your deck to the hand. You've also established any link 2 you want. It can be IP, it can be Closed Moon, it can be Silhouette Rabbit, whatever, right? And you have an Omni Negate. And now you're going to go into Snake Eye Ash, you're going to go into Poplar, you're going to go into Divine Temple, you're going to play Snake Eye Dia Bellstar. You know the drill, right? Like I don't have to show you what this is going to end up creating, right? So this single-handedly is probably enough to make people play Snake Eye again, because that is an incredibly powerful opener, of course. Like the only quote-unquote good news here is that it only really matters if you draw this card, right? Like it's just another broken starter for Snake Eyes, which they already have a bunch, to be fair. But it is rough. It really is rough, right? Like this card is very, very powerful. But it's like, I mean, there is counterplay to this. Like, yeah, Droll Lockbird is really powerful against this sort of combo. Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit is really good against this card as well, because you have to invest 2 cards into it, right? You have to invest 2 cards into it because you have to tribute a monster from your hand. So if you get Ghost Ogre, it is rough. Yeah. I believe it also makes it does make the Witch combo also better, because it is a Sinful Spoil that you can access. I haven't looked into that yet though. I just wanted to, like, I think the main point about this card is that it solves 2 problems that Snake Eyes had after the last ban list. Number 1, Snake Eyes lost some starters. It has now regained some starters. Number 2, Snake Eye had some problems playing through certain hand traps, specifically in the Biru. Now that is no longer a problem because you have access to this now, which is an Omni Negate for your combos. And you can probably access this in a lot of hands, right? Because let's say you open Wanted or Dia Bellstar, but you don't actually need to use them to grab original Sinful Spoils. You already have combo. Let's say you have a Bonfire next to it or something, right? Say you have a Bonfire next to your Witch or Wanted. You can use the Witch to grab this, and then you can use this tribute like the Witch and summon out this before you Bonfire, right? Like you just grab the Sacred Azamina and make this before you Bonfire, for example. Just a simple example on how you can use these cards to insulate your other plays from hand traps better. So yeah, I do believe this is a huge boost to Snake Eye in both consistency and resilience to hand traps, which are 2 things I did not want to happen from Rage of the Abyss. If I had to make a list of things that I wanted from Rage of the Abyss, increasing Snake Eye's consistency and increasing Snake Eye's resilience to hand traps, they were nowhere to be found on that list. So that's unfortunate. The question that remains to be answered is, does this make Snake Eye better than Yubel? Is the only thing. Which I think is questionable. But yeah. So that is the impact of Rage of the Abyss on Snake Eyes. And then we have a couple of other things to talk about. Now, the good news to report is that the Yubel deck does not really receive anything, as far as I'm concerned, from Rage of the Abyss, outside of like maybe playing the Lacrima monster in the Fiendsmith package. But for the most part, Yubel doesn't receive anything from this, which is good. Here's another card that I wanted to bring up. Dominus Impulse. Dominus Impulse is a card that I think is worth talking about. Now, you're all familiar with Dominus Purge already, I hope. Now, this card is an upgrade to Dominus Purge, a huge upgrade to Dominus Purge. It works the exact same way. If your opponent controls a card, you can activate it from your hand. And what it does is, when a card or effect is activated that includes an effect that special summons a monster, negate that effect. And if you have a trap card, you also destroy the card. So it's basically a solemn warning, roughly. Like, if your opponent goes Requiem to summon from deck, you can negate that. If your opponent goes Ostinato, you can negate that. Your opponent goes Branded Fusion, you can negate that. If your opponent goes... What's other popular examples? I don't know, dude. Samsara de Lotus, negate that. Like, a lot of stuff. It's a really, really, really good card. The downside, of course, is if you activate it from your hand, you are locked out of Light, Earth, and Wind for the rest of this duel. Light, Earth, Wind. Now, here's another thing. No Light for the rest of the game means no Fiendsmith. It also means no Nibiru. It also means no Effect Veiler. So I think it is a relevant drawback, but there is some decks that are still going to want to use it, because there's two very important attributes that you are not locked out of. Number one is fire. You're not locked out of fire, so you can still use your Tenpai deck pretty much entirely. You can honestly consider using this card in Snake Eyes even, right? Like, that could be one reason to play Snake Eye without Fiendsmith cards. Like, you just play Fire and Dark. Mostly, I think. What other... Is there any really important light monsters in Snake Eyes if you don't play Fiendsmith? I feel like you could play this in, like, Fire Kings. I guess you're locked out of Zelantis or something. But, like, that could be worth it, honestly. Because it's a really... Also, one thing you have to consider is, like, you only have this drawback if you go second and you use it, right? Like, if you go first, you can set it and then you actually don't have the drawback, right? So it's like only having to skip on, like, a Zelantis line if you go second and draw this card could still be fine. It also does not lock you out of water. So I've seen some people... actually, no, it doesn't lock you out of Zelantis. Yeah, it doesn't lock you out of Zelantis. Someone was yapping, and I got caught yapping. That's Dominus Purge, yeah. Because I was about to say, this card also sees some play in the new Mermail deck, which is fine. But this is a card that you definitely will see at some point in the metagame. It just depends on, like, basically, what I'm trying to say is that this card is so good that every deck that can play it will probably play it. For the most part. Like, I can't think of a deck where I can use this card that I won't use this card, essentially, right? Like, this card is very, very, very good. Before we go into Mulcharmy Fuwalos, which is I want to make a separate discussion. Like, these are going to end up on YouTube, and I want to have a complete separate video on Fuwalos. Before we hop into Fuwalos, I want to have some honorable mentions. Centurion gets support, which I'm a fan of Centurion. You guys know this. You know I love Centurion. They get a new level 8 Synchro, which is quite powerful. It's a generic level 8 Synchro, and it's on summon. On summon, it adds an Emblema card from deck or graveyard, and then you can destroy a card on both fields, which is super good because that means you can now search Emblema Oath, which in return means that if you ever enter a grind game against Centurion, this card is now consistently going to draw one card every turn. On your turn and on your opponent's turn. Because this card came out in info, and it says if it's summoned and you have a Centurion and Emblema card in the graveyard, you can draw a card. And the only problem with that used to be that you don't have a guaranteed Emblema card, because this was not searchable. Now, this searches this, which means that you can now, if you set up, you can always draw an extra card every single turn, which is really good for a Centurion grind game. But the main reason why I wanted to point out these Centurion cards is because I think Centurion is one of the better decks into both Mulcharmies. Both Fuwalos and Purulia are very manageable for Centurion. So if you're looking for a deck that is like, it has a lower ceiling than other decks in the format. Like, your Centurion boards, even with this card, are not going to be as powerful as a Yubel board or a Snake Eye board. But your deck at least does not care if it gets Fuwalos, right? Because you can still very much make very, very powerful or standard Centurion boards with just 1 or 2 draws under Purulia or Fuwalos. So like that's worth pointing out. I think the Centurion Synchro is cool. And then just a quick word about 2 other decks that I get a lot of questions about, which is the Mermail deck and the 6 Samurai deck. I have not extensively tested both of these yet. Both of these decks are getting decent support in this set. The 6 Samurai support is solid, especially this one is really, really scary because this card says on summon it adds a 6 Samurai and it's a monster negate. So you combine that with the old Shien, that basically means you now have, for 6 Samurai, you now have a monster negate and a spell trap negate. So I think, I'm pretty sure 6 Samurai can set up some really nasty boards now. But from what I've seen, I personally don't feel like the 6 Samurai deck is going to be a top tier meta threat. I think it could end up being a solid rogue deck now with those cards, but not much more than that. And unfortunately, I think the same is true for the new Mermail cards. I maybe a little bit better, maybe like a Mermail. I think it's going to be definitely like a tier 2 sort of thing. But I've seen some Mermail games after Rage of the Abyss. I haven't played it myself, but I've seen some Mermail games, and it's usually just been like, go first and win, go second and don't win. So if you can find a solution to that problem, then maybe it's fine. Like I said, it can play Dominus Impulse, which is good. But other than that, I think Mermail is looking quite glass cannony, in my opinion, after the new set. Yeah. And that's Rage of the Abyss in a nutshell. I know it's not everything. I know it's not everything about Rage of the Abyss, but I hope it's helpful. I think that is the most relevant stuff competitively for Rage of the Abyss. You've been watching this on YouTube. Let me know if I missed anything. Let me know if you think there's any sleeper gems in Rage of the Abyss. Of course, Mulcharmy Fuwalos is without a doubt the most impactful card in the set, and I'm gonna have another YouTube video on this card specifically, on what kind of impact it has on the meta and how you would maybe adjust your deck building to it, and so on and so forth. But that is going to be another video. So without further ado, that's going to be it for this discussion. Hope you enjoyed the YouTube video. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. And I'll see you guys on the Mulcharmy discussion. That's going to be uploaded soon. So yeah, thank you for watching. All right. How to get it would be interesting. Yeah, I can't help you with that, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I have no solution for how to obtain the Fuwalos. I've said this in the past. As much as it's quote unquote expected and normal and all that kind of stuff, right? It hurts me every time. It hurts me every time when a generic staple card becomes a secret rare, because like I think it's like somewhat okay if a certain archetype is more expensive than another archetype, as long as there's other meta relevant stuff, like, you know, but like when it's like the generic staples, when the generic staples are secret rares, I find that so painful, because like if you're on a budget, you're already playing a weaker deck probably, right? Like you're already limited in the options in terms of what deck you're going to be using. And then if the staples are also out of your budget, then you're going to play a weaker engine with weaker non-engine. Like it's very annoying. It's the same with Pot of Prosperity. We've been having this talk over and over and over and over again, right? Like at this point, like literally Yu-Gi-Oh has been like that for 20 years. That does not mean it's good. That does not mean it's a good thing, but it does get tiring to like talk about it over and over and over again, because like it doesn't appear to change, at least for now. So that's yeah. They want our money. That is true. I mean, that on the other hand is not a very good argument. That is not a very good argument because of course they do. They're a freaking company. The argument is, could they potentially be making the same amount of money or maybe even more money if they made Fuwalos more widely accessible, right? Like, because the argument could be, if Fuwalos was not a secret rare and instead Fuwalos was a little more accessible, then maybe more people would play the game and more people would spend money on the game, and that could end up making them more money as a whole and make people more happy. You always have to differentiate between like what makes the most money in the short term or what makes money in the long term. Because in the long term, if players are really happy with your printing practices and all that kind of stuff, maybe you're attracting a lot more players and they buy a lot more product. But it's hard to say, because here's the thing. We don't know for the TCG whether this would work or not, because they've never done it. It's been like this forever, and you can't really blame them for doing it when it's been working forever, right? Like, Prosperity was a 100 euro staple. Like, Evenly Matched was an expensive staple. Lightning Storm was an expensive staple. Ash Blossom was an expensive staple before that. Imperm was an expensive staple. It's just always been working, right? It's always worked like that, and the game has been growing, and the game's been doing well. Thankfully, you know, I'm happy about that. But like, it's kind of like, you know, I feel like they're just not changing a running system that's been running for so long, right? Is Dominance Impulse going to put people out of playing Mimighoul? It's hard to say. I guess, yeah, that was worth mentioning, I guess. Dominance Impulse does make Mimighoul basically like dead if it's activated. I mean, it's one of those instances where I think it's going to matter only in formats where people play that card, right? There's going to be formats where a lot of decks play Dominance Impulse, and then there's going to be formats where people don't play it, and then you can play Mimighoul. How does Impulse stop Mimighoul? Because Impulse, if you use Impulse, you cannot activate Earth monsters for the rest of the game. So as the Mimighoul player, if your opponent plays Impulse, then your opponent cannot activate any Earth monsters, and that's a problem because you keep giving them Earth monsters, and you want them to flip them. But if they flip your Mimighoul, they can't activate it, so it won't activate. You won't get it back. So that's unfortunate for it. That is unfortunate. All right, you guys. Let me quickly record an intro for the Mulcharmy Fuwalos discussion. I find it a little weird to record a YouTube intro on Twitch, but I have to get better at it. So let me try and do it. Why is your nickname God Kaiser Schmidt? Change that name right now. Anyways, Melodious is like fine. Melodious is fine. I don't think I think Melodious is like Melodious is kind of bad into Fuwalos, isn't it? Or Fuwalos? Yeah, it's called Fuwalos. I've been getting used to the OCG name. So yeah. All right. What's up, YouTube? This is Josh with a very important discussion for Rage of the Abyss format. Today we're going to talk about this little feller, Mulcharmy Fuwalos. This is not the only time you're going to see it. You're going to see him a lot in this upcoming format. Obviously, just to recap quickly, you don't know what this card does, is it's a new hand trap that works just like Mulcharmy Purulia, where if you have no cards on your field, you can discard it, and then for the rest of this turn, you're going to draw cards every time your opponent summons from the deck or the extra deck. Where Purulia is from the hand, This one is deck and extra deck, which obviously has huge implications for a lot of meta decks out there. And I want to discuss today a little bit about what I expect from this card. Do I expect people to main deck this? Do I expect people to side deck this? How do I expect people to deal with this card? You know, how are you gonna react when this card is activated on you? How does this card even maybe influence your potential deck choice for the upcoming format? Because there is going to be decks that are going to function into this card better, and there's going to be decks that are going to be a lot worse into this card. So I think that's something worth talking about. Before we go into this, I want to emphasize, I thought about this card a lot in the recent days, in the days leading up to Rage of the Abyss, and I personally do not think that this card is even close to the power and oppressiveness of Max C. I think this card is very good. I think this card is going to see a lot of play, but I don't think it's going to be as bad as Max C. And I think in some ways, maybe in a couple of weeks, we might even look back on this card and be like, hey, this is not as bad, right? It's not as bad as Max C. This actually helps in some instances, because I'm going to take that up front. And I think this card is broken, but it is especially broken against the best decks in Yu-Gi-Oh right now. Like I'm looking at the metagame right now, and it's like mostly the decks that suffer the most from this are definitely Yubel and Snake Eyes. And I think that's good, right? Like there's a lot of mid-range decks that completely get destroyed by Max C, but don't get destroyed by Fuwalos. Like I'm looking at, I don't know, Centurion, or what else? Like Centurion, Voiceless Voice. Voiceless Voice is not that bad into Max C, but like there's decks that can actually play very well under Fuwalos, but not under Max C. So we'll talk about those kind of options as well. But just already the fact that it doesn't work when you go first, like you can't make a board and then Fuwalos your opponent like you can do with Max C, is I think is good. That's an issue, of course. Like as you can see on the table right now, I have rare Fuwaloses from the OCG right now, because shoutouts to Holon Card Shop once again for hooking me up with some OCG cards. Check out their link in the description down below. But in the TCG, this card is going to be a secret rare, which is a very unfortunate topic, of course. Like this card is going to be super expensive for good reason. This card is going to be in almost any deck at a competitive level. Now, some decks are going to want to main deck it, and some decks are going to want to side deck it. We'll get into when I would do what, but yeah, that is a very unfortunate topic. I don't really know what to say about that. It always hurts me when like super good staple cards, super generic staple cards are secret rare like that, because it's gonna hurt the casual player base the most, because they're already playing like a rogue deck because of budget, and then they're also not gonna have access to the best non-engine. But that is not what today is supposed to be about. Today we're gonna talk about the implications of this card on the format. So first and foremost, will you main deck this card? For most decks, in my opinion, the answer is going to be yes. I think a very, very nice bonus if you play this card, or like I would definitely main deck this card if my deck had a way to discard it when I go first. That includes, let's say you're playing Snake Eyes and you play Dia Bellstar and Sinful Spoil's Deception with the new set. Auto include in Snake Eyes, in my opinion, because you can get rid of it if you don't need it. Other examples, Chimera. In Chimera, you can just fuse it away. You can fuse with it to create like Guardian Chimera or something like that. So you definitely play it in that kind of deck. Any sort of runic combo variant. Of course, they're not the most meta relevant, but that's another example where you can just pitch it. Centurion is another deck that can main deck it and then just pitch it for the field spell, because you need a discard anyways in your combos, right? So those are the kind of decks where, in my opinion, you will always main deck this card. And if we take a look at the OCG, let me actually bring up a deck list real quick. Let me find one. In the OCG, you will see it even in other decks that don't have a way to discard it. Like, for example, actually, I'm trying to find, does Yubel main deck it? I'm not finding a Yubel list right now. Because they don't play much Yubel over there, but yeah. There is actually some decks that don't use it. Like I just now I found a Snake Eye deck that actually doesn't use the card. Obviously, they still have to make room for Maxi and all that kind of stuff. The deck does look kind of tight, but they're choosing to run Droplet and Droll Lockbird over it, for example. They're only side decking it in this one. But I'm struggling to find a Yubel list because they don't really play Yubel at the moment over there. But like Yubel is a deck where, for example, it's not as easy to discard the Fuwalos in. It's not as easy to discard the Fuwalos in the Yubel deck. But you still can, right? Depending on what you have, like a Muckraker or something, you can still make use of it potentially. In general, this card is just basically, if you don't have a way to discard it, you're basically playing a card like Dark Ruler in your main deck or Evenly that doesn't have any applications when you go first, but is a very good card when you go second, which most decks are going to want to main deck it. I don't think it's a 100% auto include, but I think every deck that plays a way to discard this card from the hand to the graveyard or something like that is going to use it in the main deck, right? Now let's talk about the implications this card has on the game. Now, the one thing about this card that makes me hate this card a lot less than Maxi, at least in my head, keep in mind, I haven't played in a format with this card yet. This is mostly in theory. I feel like this card offers you a little more ability to play around than Maxi for some decks. Like I said earlier, there is decks where you can take a line. You can take a line under Fuwalos that would never be possible under Maxi. As an example, and I'm going to use Centurion as an example just because I have all the cards around and I do really like the deck. And I think it's a great example of a mid-range deck that is weaker than other decks, but can benefit from this card, right? So, as an example, if you go Primera and place a Trudea, right? Here, if you activate the Trudea and you get Maxied, you're already kind of cooked. You're already kind of cooked if you get Maxied on the Trudea here, because you're going to have to like make a suboptimal combo by synchroing immediately into an Auxilla, and your opponent has already drawn 2 cards off of Maxi, and you haven't even gotten your full setup because you didn't go through Trudea and summoning the other one, right? If you go Trudea effect and your opponent has Mulcharmy Fuwalos, you will still be able to use the Trudea effect, place the Gargoyle or whichever one you're playing, summon out the Gargoyle. They won't draw for this, not like it's Maxi. So then you go, you make 1 synchro, so they draw 1 card off of Fuwalos. This goes back to your hand. This adds you the trap card. And now you can proceed to the end phase. Place the Primera here. You have the field spell up. I skipped that part. And you basically have done the full quote-unquote Centurion combo. And your opponent has only drawn 1 card off of Fuwalos. And now under Maxi, this would have been 1, 2, 3 draws. You can use 2 Fuwalos though. All right, Einstein. What happens if they use 2 Fuwalos? How many cards do they draw now? Anyways, moving on. Thank you for that valuable input. What I'm trying to say is that I think there are more lines to play around Fuwalos than there are to play around Maxi, especially for mid-range decks. And in my head, that is a positive thing, right? Because the decks, if you think about it, the decks that don't really have a way to respect Fuwalos are the decks that do way too much anyways. Like the decks that do way too much anyways, like I'm thinking like, I don't know, Plants or even Snake Eye and Yubel, like those kind of decks, like their lines draw an absurd amount of cards under Fuwalos, right? Like, of course, there is some mid-range decks that suffer from this, like what's it called, like a Salamangrate or a Marincess or something. But those are decks that people don't really play anyways, right? But like the entire like link climbing like crazy and kind of stuff is like what really suffers under Fuwalos, right? There are some rogue decks that are really going to suffer from it, but like for the most part, I think if you look at the metagame right now, the decks that suffered the most from it are anything that uses the Fiendsmith engine, because the Fiendsmith engine is terrible into Fuwalos, right? The Fiendsmith engine, let's count how many draws Fuwalos creates like for a full Fiendsmith combo compared to a full Centurion combo. And once again, the Centurion combo, 1 draw into Fuwalos. The Fiendsmith combo, Engraver, no draw yet. Cracked, Lurie, Requiem, 1 draw. Requiem effect, into the new Lacrima, 2 draws. Send another Fiendsmith, bring back the Fiendsmith, link into sequence, 3 draws. Sequence effect to summon like Desiree, 4 draws. Fiendsmith gets cooked by Fuwalos, right? Fiendsmith gets absolutely murdered by Fuwalos. And so does the entirety of Yubel. The entirety of the Yubel deck gets completely cooked by Fuwalos. Because this summons from deck, this summons from deck. These, if you destroy Yubel, you summon the Terror Incarnate from the deck. And then obviously you're making a whole lot of extra deck summons. Every Phantom, Yama into Rage is multiple summons from the extra deck. If you want to set up the Varudras, that's an extra draw. Caesar, the Fiendsmith cards are also in this deck, right? So like the decks that are already popping off the most suffer more from this. So the question now is, what are people going to do if a Fuwalos is dropped onto them? Like what do you do if Fuwalos is dropped onto you? And I'm gonna be honest with you, if your deck does not have a good answer to Fuwalos, like not a good line under Fuwalos, I straight up, I would not play it. I would not play a deck that does not have a good plan under Fuwalos. And when I say a good plan, I mean like an actual solid plan. Like for example, I think Snake Eyes are genuinely not terrible into it. Like it depends what you start with. It's significantly worse if you start with the Bellstar or the Deception. But if you start with Bonfire or Snake Eye Ash, it's like okay. Like for example, if you go Snake Eye Ash into Poplar and then they Fuwalos you here, you can still go Poplar searches Divine Temple, right? Poplar searches Divine Temple, and Divine Temple places like whatever you want. Snake Eyes, Diabellstar, or Flamberge, or Oak. I don't know which one you would place, but then you can go IP Masquerena and give them 1 draw. Right? You give them 1 draw and you have Temple plus 2 things in the spell trap zone. Like that. And that's like fine. That's genuinely okay. That if you have non-engine in your deck. Like that's not terrible. But it stops you from doing completely crazy things. Which is good. And then you also have the Fire King cards, which can honestly, to an extent, function quite well under Fuwalos as well. Like you can set up some nice Fire King interactions with under Fuwalos. So like Snake Eyes is overall something that's playable, but you have to adjust your lines significantly under Fuwalos. So like that's fine. Yubel has it a little bit harder, I think. Like depending on what you start with, but like. All right, are we done? Can we continue? Yubel, on the other hand, gets cooked quite hard by it. if my opponent starts Samsara de Lotus and I drop Fuwalos and they don't have an answer to it, I think I won. I think I won the game. Bro. Because you summon Spirit of Yubel. That's already won. And you grab Nightmare Pain, and you pop the Spirit to search like Grave Squirmer. You use this. Summon Yubel, that's already 2. Nah, you get cooked, right? You just get absolutely obliterated, right? You get absolutely obliterated. So, essentially, I don't want to go through every single deck, but like, I think these 2 cards are going to be your best friends in most decks against Fuwalos. There's obviously other cards that you can end on, but IP Masquerena and Silhouette Rabbit are like the easiest one to reach with just 1 summon from the extra deck. And I think that is mostly going to be the goal is don't summon more than once from the extra deck after you get Fuwalos. So certain decks can do that and certain decks can't. And that is basically all there is to Mulcharmy Fuwalos. Is like a lot of decks will unfortunately get caught in the crossfire, I think, because like I said, not every rogue deck or not every mid-range deck has the luxury like Centurion to end on like a really good combo under Fuwalos and not actually care about it. Or Labyrinth, for example. Labyrinth is another deck that really does not care about Fuwalos, obviously, right? So I think those kind of decks are going to get a boost, but there's obviously also going to be rogue decks that are terrible into Fuwalos as well. So like your deck is already rogue, but it also loses to Fuwalos. This is true. This is true. But I think based on the fact that this card hits mostly the most degenerate decks in the format right now, the hardest, I actually don't mind it right now. Like in my head, I think Fuwalos is going to be better for the game than people think, because it is overall a more balanced version of Maxi. And I always felt like the idea behind Maxi was fine. The execution was just very outdated. So maybe I have some hope. I have some hope that we're going to look back at Fuwalos and be like, it's not actually as cringe as we expect it to be. It could be. It could be. I'm not sure. But we'll have to see. But there's basically there's 3 options you have in case you're wondering. In case you're wondering, what should I do with Fuwalos coming to the game? What kind of options can I take, and what kind of routes can I take in terms of like beating this card or playing around this card, and in deck choice in general? In my opinion, there's 3 things you can do. You can just keep playing whichever deck you're playing that's terrible into Fuwalos. Just keep playing it. And ignore the card, quote unquote, by doing what everyone does in Master Duel, which is play the little mini game, right? You play your Yubel combo deck, and you just include 3 Ash Blossoms, 3 Crossouts, and a Cult by the Grave, which will give you 7 outs to Mulcharmy Fuwalos. And whenever you're going first and your opponent has the card, you just look at your hand and you check if you have an out to it. And if you do, that's great. And if you don't, you lose. Which is something that sometimes people do that in Master Duel. Sometimes the best deck in Master Duel has to play the Maxi minigame. And it can still be the best deck because there's enough outs to it statistically that you're going to have one often. So that is the path you want to take if you want to play a deck like Yubel or something like that that doesn't really have a great plan under Fuwalos, right? Option B is I think you can very realistically play a deck that just does not care about this card at all. There's a couple of options. Labyrinth, Tenpai is probably the most popular example because Tenpai goes second, so by default it doesn't care about this card, right? So like Tenpai is good. Or you can play Flu or something like that, right? Kashtira. There's decks that don't care about this card at all, basically, right? There's decks that don't care at all. And then there's the third option, which is probably my preferred option right now, is like playing a deck that has a full combo that cares about Fuwalos, but has a solid line under it. Like what I was saying earlier, for example, I think Snake Eyes and Fire King variations could be a lot better into Fuwalos than Yubel, because yeah, your full combo plays into it. You have to go for a weaker combo if you get hit with it, but it's by no means you're just passing the turn, right? It's so much better than getting hit with Max C. The options you have you have so many more options. You can still go for your Ponix special, your Garunix special from the hand, your Kirin revive. Your opponent won't draw for any of those. For your Arvata summon from the graveyard, all that kind of stuff, right? So you can still play a mid-range deck that has, basically, you just need two different versions of your combo, one under Fuwalos and one not under Fuwalos. Another example is the Centurion deck I mentioned earlier. With the new level 8 Synchro, what you can do with Centurion, if you don't get hit with Fuwalos, you can go for some fancier lines with the new level 8 Synchro, fully setting up, yeah, like drawing extra cards and all that kind of stuff. Like, it can be really powerful. But then if you get hit with the Fuwalos, you don't want to do that. You want to do the standard, just give them a singular draw and still end on your full still end on your full Centurion combo, basically, right? So I think those are your three options, right? Just like a little quick recap. Either you play a deck that either you just play a lot of outs to Fuwalos to play the mini game, which I don't like, but up to you. You can play a deck that doesn't care about it at all, and you can play a deck that cares about it but has a solid plan B, which I think that's fine. But yeah, I personally think I have mixed feelings about this card. Overall, if I had to like, long story short, TLDR, I have mixed feelings about this card. I think it introduces a lot of interesting dynamics into the game, because it doesn't completely end people's turns. Like, people actually have considerations to do of how much you do into this card. Like, how much do I end on IP, Silhouette Rabbit, SP, Little Knight kind of boards, which honestly, when your opponent ends on these kind of boards and they have some non-engine with it, I feel like there's good Yu-Gi-Oh to be played, right? If my Snake Eye opponent ends on IP Masquerena, Divine Temple, Snake Eye Ash, and like a little bit of non-engine, I think we're gonna have a fine game of Yu-Gi-Oh. That is not something like, oh, I just win, no questions asked. Like that, you know, there's a real game of Yu-Gi-Oh to be played. And that's what I want from a card like this, right? I don't want my opponent to just pass and die. I want a real game of Yu-Gi-Oh to be played. Because if I have 6 cards to play versus IP into SP and 1 or 2 hand traps, that's a real game of Yu-Gi-Oh. That's not like auto win. So that's fine, I think. The reason why I still have mixed feelings overall is because this card is going to murder some rogue decks. You know, some rogue decks are going to completely lose out on it. Like, I'm looking at, like, I don't know, Marincess or something like that, or Salamangrate, or other rogue decks that simply don't have a way to really play around this card. That is sad. And the other thing is just, like, I hate the fact it's a secret. I hate the fact it's a secret, because that means that instead of everyone getting to experience the dynamics it applies to the game, it's just gonna be only available to the people that can afford a playset, which is going to be, it's looking like it's going to be quite significant, right? But yeah. Another thing, I think, while in the beginning everyone is going to main deck this card, I think there could be times where if this card is everywhere, I can see a world where people start playing more decks that don't care about it. And then I can see people moving it to the side deck. It is one of those cards that, if it really has a huge impact on the game, it could make people play more fair decks. And therefore, it could end up being a side deck card at some point, because people just play like Centurion and Labyrinth or Flu or Tenpai. And then, like, if there's like a lot of these decks in the format, you could actually consider, like, hey, maybe I'll side deck this card and not main deck it. So yeah, lots of interesting things to say about this card. Not all positive though. Like, once again, the fact it's a secret rare is not great in my opinion, but it is what it is. We're gonna have to deal with it. And yeah, let me know what you think in the comments down below of Mulcharmy Fuwalos. What are you going to do? Are you just going to try to out it? Are you going to play a deck that doesn't care about it? Are you going to try and find a line that ends on like IP Masquerena or Silhouette Rabbit? Or are you just going to go second with Tenpai? A lot of possibilities. Let me know what you think of this card. Do you think it's going to be terrible for the game? Do you think it's going to be better for the game than people expect it to be? Let's have some discussion in the comments around this card. I'm looking forward to it. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye. I'm going to take a break from Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, is it the price point? Is it the price point? I feel like, honestly, I think the price point is a valid argument. I think it's a valid argument. Like, I can't really blame anyone for not wanting to buy 3 of this card. I think that's very reasonable. I think its impact on the game is going to be, like, genuinely, I think it's going to be more positive than people expect it to be right now. I think there's a lot of people, like, doom posting about it. But I think the card itself is going to be fine. I think the price point is not fine for most people. And that's understandable, honestly. Can't really blame anyone for that. People are already calling for a ban. I am sick. See, I don't want this card to be banned, at least right now. There's always a possibility I'm wrong. There is a chance I'm wrong and the card ends up being more toxic than I expect it to be. I don't think so, though. Currently, I'm quite positive about its impact on the game. I think it's going to be fine. But so in that regard, I think what people should be calling for is a reprint. That's what we need, right? We need a reprint on Fuwalos. Oh, I get it. It took me like 10 seconds, but what you're saying is you're playing Edison. Okay. Josh, you're too Master Duel brained and used to Maxi. No, I hate Maxi every time it's being used against me. And you also probably have never played a game with Mulcharmy Fuwalos because it hasn't been released yet. So don't talk to me like that. All right. We've got some good footage, I think, for the YouTube. Also, another thing I wanted to say, this is not going to make it into the YouTube now because I'm thinking of it too late. But one thing that has been kind of like, it's been confusing to me. But I guess maybe we'll cut it at the end of the YouTube video. But like this card, right? I feel like the development of this card's price and all that has been so confusing to me because Mulcharmy Fuwalos was announced and people were like, okay, this card is fine, this card is good, but it's not too crazy. And then Mulcharmy Fuwalos got announced, right? And it's like this card got a lot cheaper because of it. I feel like because everyone was like, well, Fuwalos is going to be the more popular one. I'll say something right now. I don't think this card is going anywhere. I don't think this card is going anywhere. I think people are gonna main deck Fuwalos and side deck Purulia a lot. It's still 120 for a playset. It's still not a cheap card, but like if you think about the difference between the two, it's kind of weird, right? Because this card right now, this card is probably one of the most played hand traps in the format, right? Like almost everyone is playing this card. It's in the side deck, but that doesn't really change the demand for the card. Like whether you're maining or side decking the card, you still have demand for 3 Purulias, right? So like it's weird because freaking like This card is a staple 3-of for most people. And this card is going to be a staple 3-of for most people. But this card is like over $100, and this card is like 30 to 40 because this card is better than this card. But that doesn't really matter because most people are going to play both. It's weird. It's very weird. But yeah. I think Perulia is still good. Long story short. I think Perulia is still going to be good. What oversleeves do you use for the main deck? These are Dragon Shields. Yeah, Dragon Shields is what I use. Not sponsored, but I use Dragon Shields oversleeves. I'm pretty happy with them. Yeah. Matte or glossy? The front is glossy. The back is matte. Dude, I'll show you the thing. Hold up. These ones. Are your oversleeves getting wavy as well over time? You have to switch them regularly. Yeah, like I switch them before every big tournament. And you can buy them at Holon Card Shop, ! Holon. See, that's my chatter, dude. Paid chatter. Wonderful. Couldn't have said it better. Yes, you can. Don't forget to use Josh5. Please, thank you for the 10 months. Appreciate you. Also, Rayborn, thank you for the gift sub. Everyone else, I've kind of been focused on the YouTube recording, but thank you for the amazing support as always. Appreciate your subs. Thank you. Glad to be back with you guys as well. Glad you guys are still enjoying the content. All right. What was I gonna say? I really want to. I think on Wednesday. I'm trying to schedule another. I'm trying to schedule another remote duel with the new cards. I'm still trying to see who I'm inviting this time, but I want to build a deck and play with the new Rage of the Abyss cards finally. Remix scammed. Wait, did it not work? Did it not work? Hold up, I'll refund it. Oh, it's not. It's because we're in this one. Hold up. Yeah, it's gonna work if we go to. Hold up. Here it should work, right? Let me test it. Garalor, thank you for the 21 months. I haven't reacted to it, but I don't think it's that crazy news. Wait, it doesn't work. G Pretender, thank you for the 10 months. Going to Bologna in November. Do many of the vendors sell exclusive Japanese sleeves, mats, and top cut sleeves often? I wouldn't know, unfortunately. I haven't checked in a while. They might. Maybe someone in chat can answer your question better, but I'm not sure, honestly. Like they do sometimes. Like sometimes they have it. But like it depends on what you're looking for specifically. Barfa baited? Yeah, I was gonna watch this video now. Because people have been asking for it. Are combo decks bad for Yu-Gi-Oh? Seems like a topic for me to yap over. Lambarfa. All right. Let's see what we're talking. First of all, thanks for the 15 bucks. I have to think about it more, honestly. The impact of Tenpai when it eventually comes to Master Duel, which no one knows when that is. So clueless. No, I'll talk about it once it's announced. I'll make a video about it and all that. Yeah, hypothetically speaking, I think it's interesting. Let's say it like that. Can you talk a bit about the new Fire King Secret Rare? I feel like I've talked about him in the past about Alkanix. I think Alkanix is both really cool and also a little underwhelming, because I think people overestimate the importance of Alkanix to the success of Fire King Snake Eye in Master Duel at the moment. Genuinely, I think the deck would be like, I mean, I'm gonna use the same comparison that I made earlier with Fiendsmith cards. Like if there is a scale of 1 to 10 on the power level of Fiendsmith cards, on the power level of Fire King Snake Eye, Fire King Snake Eye without Volcanics is like an 8, and Fire King with Volcanics is like an 8.5. The card doesn't add much to the deck. It really does not add much to the deck. Also, oh, perfect timing for the react. We've got food. Wonderful. All right. Now, what does Fartfa have to say about combo decks? Let me find out.
A bit of a yapathon happening on the Twitter here. The absolute queen of yapology, Scarlon, with this take here. Two things can be true. The top board shouldn't be possible, and one card should not be a game-winning play against this board. Who agrees with this statement? It's hard to say, really. Now, I've thought about this for a while, and it's like,
See? All right, I love it. I'm starting to yap 20 seconds into the video. Perfect. This is the right video for me to watch. I do think that when we are complaining about Omni Negates, as much as I am, right? You guys know this, and I think the community in general is we have beef with the Omni Negates, right? We have beef with the Omni Negates. I think in a hypothetical world where you want to get rid of Omni Negates in Yu-Gi-Oh, we do have to talk about the power level of certain board breakers, right? Like, Herman is in chat right now saying, like, there's no way we have beef with Evenly right now. Like, I think Evenly is, at the moment, in current Yu-Gi-Oh, a fine card. It's not too overpowered or anything like that. I think it's fine. But I think in a world where we try to get away from Omni Negates and stuff like that, I'm pretty sure Evenly, or maybe not Evenly, but cards like, I don't know, you don't want board breakers to be too powerful, I guess, is the kind of thing. Evenly has great counterplay. I think Evenly is fine. Yeah, I have a hard time beefing with Evenly, to be fair. Like, honestly, the argument here should just be, if your deck does not make, if your deck does not make an Omni Negate, then, I mean, first of all, Yassine's deck should have made 2 Omni Negates with the hand, I'm pretty sure. And he just, like, messed it up. And so he got hard punished by 1 Evenly. Second of all, in a format where even if hypothetically Yassine didn't misplay, it didn't have access to Omni Negates, probably shouldn't have made that board, right?
These 10-minute turn, wombo combo, all in, auto-win decks if they go uninterrupted and unstopped. That wasn't a word. Is that a good thing or is that a bad thing? I mean, I will say it's probably not the most fun thing to play against, but ultimately I think I kind of recognized, and I thought for a little bit, and I was like, this is so normal. Since, like, the earliest days of Yu-Gi-Oh, there has always existed combo decks that just try to auto-win immediately. Whether that's like Reasoning Gate in 2005, all the way up to Infernity, Inzector, Pend 2 with FTKs, Goki Warrior Pile, Adamancipator, Plant FTK, not FTK, Plant Link, Danger FTK. There's been so many decks that kind of try and just do the same thing, except they've not been as consistent. Yes, they have. We have seen very...
To an extent, I agree with this. You know, this is something that comboing and doing a lot of stuff on one turn is part of the essence of Yu-Gi-Oh, to be honest. Like, doing combos, performing your stuff, summoning your monsters, doing multiple summons a turn and all that kind of stuff is all, like, that is part of the core essence of Yu-Gi-Oh, right? I think a particular problem that I have right now is, like, this is not really a combo, right? Because that stuff happens from one card. You're not even combining cards together to create like a more powerful outcome. All you do is you summon one card and you pop the fuck off, right? That's not even a combo in the literal sense. You're not combining cards. You're not comboing. You're just like stringing cards together. You're just like, this card searches this card, summons that card, searches that card, summons another card. Like, that is not really that's not really enticing gameplay at all. Besides that, a lot of these things that we just mentioned have been problematic, right? Like, only because, oh, we've had this problem in the past does not mean it wasn't a problem, right? Like, just saying like, okay, like, we had Goki FTK, so why are you complaining about Yubel? Does not make sense, right? Like, yeah, we complained about Goki FTK as well, or Danger FTK, or Goki Hand Loop, or all that kind of stuff. Like, those were problems in the past, right? Those were also a problem. So, like, something in the past could have been a problem. So someone comboing and pulling off a bunch of special summons is fine. That's part of Yu-Gi-Oh, right? The question is, like, at which point is it maybe too much? At which point is it too unhealthy? At which point, if the first player just wins the game automatically, do we have to talk about, like, that's too powerful, right?
Dominant performances from all of those decks I just mentioned. Azathoth Turbo with Lunalight Orcust, like, every couple of formats, you will find a deck that is doing what Yubel is doing here.
No.
And so we have this arms race in card design between decks that beat combo, like cards that beat combo, like
great casting
combinations.
At the event. Keep on going and get some nice haggis, okay?
Thank you, Goldman. Between these,
there's not many decks that have done what Yubel does at the moment. That is not true. There has not been many decks in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! It's a very recent thing that just do so much with one card. And that is a specific thing that people take issue with. That is a specific thing that people take issue with. Like, if the Yubel deck, unironically, if the Yubel deck had to invest 4 to 5 cards into this shit, at that point, I'd be like, yeah, okay, that's still an oppressive board, but at least, like, that's all they have, and they don't have room for non-engine because their deck requires so many pieces to go together. Like, no, that happens from one card, so the deck actually gets to play non-engine. You have a lot of leeway. You can actually draw 2 bricks and still combo because you don't need that many cards to do it. And, like, that is a thing that only very few decks have done in the past. And actually, like, you guys are gonna laugh at me, but I've been complaining at this. The first instance I remember this happening was Circular, and I felt like that was a problem instantly when that happened. I was like, dude, one card cannot do that much. That's not fine. And for some reason, we've banned Circular, but like we keep releasing other decks that do the same thing, right? Like, and at this point, I can even understand the people that are like, hey, Circular should come back because we've got modern decks that do the same shit. Like, technically, I get your point. Like, yeah, these decks do more than what Circular did. But like, this was a very disturbing pattern in card design for me when, like, decks started to do too much. Was Spite Starter a problem too? No. Like the thing is, the argument I'm making is not that one card should not lead to a certain string of plays or a combo. A one card combo, as we call it, is fine. It just depends on how much it does, right? There's a one card, a freaking Sprite starter into like it's limited. Like that combo has like 6 steps or something, and you're done.
It's insanely broken. You know, board breaking cards like Evenly Matched, Droplet, Dark Ruler, Sphere Mode, Nibiru, all of these cards that are created to try and halt these decks in their track. And then in order to beat those cards, we then further design decks that beat those cards. Like, look at this, for example. By the way, Yassine here completely misplayed. This is Yassine opened the 2-card combo. It was Beckoning Beast Throne. He's missing like a Desiree for sure, 100%, and a Varadras. He did this combo incorrectly. And even then, he still could have won this, by the way, which is unreal. Evenly Matched, eliminating the entire board. You chain Escape. You pop 2 of your own cards. New chain. You keep the Caesar. Yama brings back the Soul of Rage. And so you still have, after getting Evenly Matched, 2 Solemn Warnings, linking with your opponent's monster into SP Banish, into a further SP Banish beyond that. That's through Evenly Matched. That's through misplaying the combo. But anyway, that's besides the point. Is combo decks like Yubel bad for the game? I don't know, man. It's really hard. I think as a spectator watching it, it was fine. But I think playing it can be really frustrating because you especially if you play cards like Evenly Matched, Dart Ruler, Droplet, because you're not playing hand traps, right? You're just watching an unskippable cutscene. You're sitting there smashing the X button on your controller and nothing is happening. You know, the Yubel player keeps activating Spirit of Yubel, effect, special summon, and occasionally they misplay, like we saw with Joel, who emptied his deck of Yubel monsters and then got nibbed with Phantom up on the field. So there is room for people to misplay with this stuff, but ultimately, if you're playing board breakers, it does just incentivize people to learn combo 1, combo 2, combo 3 from the spreadsheet, etc. So yeah, ultimately, I just feel like it's coming to a point where if you look at this board and you look at Yubel and you ask yourself, oh, is this healthy for the game? Do I like this? Do I not like this? I'm going to be completely real with you. I feel like just don't play Yu-Gi-Oh, right?
Nah, that's, oh my god, that's crazy. That's a crazy thing to say. That's a crazy thing to say. Oh my god. Telling people to not play Yu-Gi-Oh if they think the Yubel deck does too much is crazy. Holy shit. Like, absolutely yes, that deck does too much. Oh my god, okay.
Is that unreasonable? Is that like a bad take? Because for years, every format, every couple of formats minimum, there is a deck that does what Yubel does. Like, combo's here to stay. Like,
it's not about combo.
People are just sort of nostalgia from all of the Time Wizard formats we've seen and all of the different historical legacy cards and decks that people get really attached to.
It's not about combo at all. It's not about combo at all. It's just the fact that, like, I don't even know what to begin with. I feel like it's you know, sometimes you find it hard to make an argument against something because it's just so blatantly wrong that you don't even know where to start. That's how I feel right now.
Historically in their pet deck, and it just feels like, listen, man, Yu-Gi-Oh has advanced to the point where this is kind of the norm. Like, you will just be watching unskippable cutscenes if you don't play 15 hand traps. And they keep designing more hand traps, and they keep designing more ways to stop your opponent, like Fuwalos, like Dominus, Impulse, and Purge. And it just feels like it's reaching a point where the card design is, this is the game, just accept it and enjoy it. And if you don't enjoy it, that's completely fine, but Yu-Gi-Oh might not be the game for you. So, I don't know. For better or for worse, I just feel like I used to complain about this stuff all the time, but when I really just introspectively thought historically with how Yu-Gi-Oh is as a game and how it's developed and how the formats keep producing these type of decks, I just think to myself, if you don't like this could just not be the game for you. That's how I feel.
So there has it. I don't know when the last time there was a deck like Yubel. What Yubel does at the moment is not combo. What yugioh does right now is FTK. If you want to get real technical with it. The difference between... There is a huge difference between watching an unstoppable cutscene for 5 minutes against Salamangreat or Marincess or whatever, or Unchained, or when you're up against yugioh. If the sole purpose of your opponent's deck is to create a board that it's not even worth playing into, that is a problem. And that is the formats where people complain about the top deck in the game. When it's something that if it goes uninterrupted, it literally wins the game on the spot. That's what Goki did. That's what yugioh deck does right now. Not even Snake Eyes did that. Not even Snake Eyes did that. Snake Eye boards could actually be played into. Believe it or not. Right? But the decks that people hate are essentially FTKs. And we don't really, like, honestly, what you're saying right now is basically if you don't like FTKs, then Yu-Gi-Oh! Is not the game for you, which is an incredibly stupid statement because it's such a small fraction of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is these kind of decks, right? Because there's such a huge difference. There's so much nuance between different combo decks. Like decks that will just make a board, like it'll take a couple minutes, but they'll make a board that you can reasonably play into, right? Like literally think of like Sprite, Tier, Unchained, Rescue Ace, all those decks, they would take a while, they would combo. Those were combo decks for the most part, but they were worth playing into, right? They were worth playing into. You played actual Yu-Gi-Oh! Against the combo deck if they ended up setting up. Against yugioh, if they make the full board, and you don't have like a crazy combination of board breakers, like a sphere mode or something, you're not playing the game. You're wasting time. It's functionally an FTK. And that's what people are complaining about. That's what people don't find fun. And that's a very reasonable thing to say and complain about, and you can still enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh! For all that it is and still hate FTKs. Like, that is not even close to the truth.
I personally enjoy this shit. Don't get me wrong. like maybe I'm weird, but I love this shit, dude. Like this right here, I love that. So I'm good. Like
Quote, Farfa hasn't played against the yugioh a single time.
I'm good with that. It's just kind of crazy that I just feel like that this is a debate still in 2024. Like people are sitting here complaining about wombo combo strategies. I legitimately just think that if you don't like this style of play, it might be time to move on. Now, the only bad thing about this thing, well, I say only, but it's a major point. But the bad thing about this stuff is that you have a very volatile environment for a metagame. Like Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like a very volatile environment because the game becomes really dice roll dependent, and the game becomes really draw the out dependent.
Here's the funny thing. If my opponents ended on this board, I would love it here too, probably. I'd be fine. Yeah. Actually, no, I get it. If this is the board that my opponent makes, I'll play the game. Yeah, I'll enjoy it. Unfortunately, from my perspective, my yugioh opponents at the YCS did not make that board. Because there was other cards on there that shouldn't be there.
Like, it doesn't matter how good you are at the game, as long as you can just memorize spreadsheet combo number 1 and do this combo, which apparently Yassine forgot, so I don't know, maybe obviously that is a skill in and of itself, but if you do win a coin flip, and you do spreadsheet combo number 1, then it really just comes down to, okay, opponent, did you draw Dark Ruler Droplet specifically, because you need multiple board breakers, because one evenly match doesn't beat this. If you watch this feature match, Julius drew evenly, Droplet, Dark Ruler, and if Yassine played this combo correctly, he was going to win the game, by the way. So it's unreal. It's genuinely weird how this is how powerful these decks are, but at the same time, again, I just feel like if this is something that people are still complaining about, I just don't think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is your game. Right?
Nah. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. That's yapping to the max.
Because there comes a point where you think to yourself, oh, you know, it's an anomaly.
It is an anomaly. It is an anomaly. The majority of Yu-Gi-Oh formats are not like that. We have bad formats, yes. This is not normal for Yu-Gi-Oh. And accepting it as normal, I feel like is the first part of giving up. I feel like that is the place that I never want to be at as a Yu-Gi-Oh player. If I ever sit there justifying an end board of like out of one card, guys, do me a favor. If you ever catch me justifying one or two cards ending on Varudras, Desiree, Caesar, Phantom of Ubel, Soul of Rage, and an Unchained Trap, if I ever justify that by saying, yeah, that's normal, that's just how Yu-Gi-Oh is, please force me to quit. Please force me to quit, because I don't want to be the person that just accepts that as normal. And just say, like, Yu-Gi-Oh is like that, because that is not what Yu-Gi-Oh is like.
Right? Like, let's start from the COVID era. I think a lot of people here probably started around COVID Yu-Gi-Oh! It's like, okay, cool. So, Adamancipator, unfair deck. Scythe Turbo that we saw in 22, unfair deck. There was probably something in 2021 that I don't recall, but someone probably remembers. We've had Snake Eye, that's basically an FTK deck. Tier
All right, we skipped 2 years right now?
Limit against anything that isn't Tier Limit is an FTK.
No, it's not.
Dragon Link, locking you out of your extra, ending on seals and a negate. Hulk Turbo Piles, Drytron, VFD in Virtual World. Like, so many of these decks are trying to effectively do what this is in this screenshot here, you know? So, again, I just have to emphasize, it comes to a point where you can't keep complaining about every single combo deck in every format. I mean,
yeah, good thing that we don't do that. Good thing we don't complain about every single combo deck. Good thing we complain only about the ones that are too toxic.
you can, but ultimately, to what end? Because clearly there's a design decision, very deliberately and intentionally being made. This is the format. You're going to get these in Yu-Gi-Oh! You just have to accept that this is going to be Yu-Gi-Oh! And this is where Yu-Gi-Oh! Is going, and that's where the game is at. These decks exist, you just have to accept them. Infernoble, yep, another great example of a pseudo FTK deck. Not as popular, but
yeah, and what format did people play Infernoble in? Unchained, Rescue Ace, freaking Runic Bestial one of YCS? Like, what are we talking about? What's the point? Why are we leaving out all of the other examples, like, freaking, just to meet our point?
Whenever they do get popular, this is what happens. So, yeah, I just think that it's fair to say that as an unpopular opinion, I'm not saying it's objectively truthful, but I am just saying that I feel like you just kind of have to accept that this is what the game is. Whether you like that or not is a different thing. So, I don't know.
Part of the cast canceled? No, it's fine. It's fine to have different opinions from each other. I feel like that's an important part as well for internet culture. Nothing wrong. If that's his opinion, that's all right. I disagree with it, but it's okay.
My personal opinion, I like this shit. I think it's crazy fun. You know, going second, maybe not as much, but playing an unskippable cutscene deck like this, there's nothing more enjoyable in Yu-Gi-Oh! Than popping off with your spreadsheet combo number 3 through Ash Blossom, etc., etc.
Yes, there is. Playing Yu-Gi-Oh!
I like that. I have fun with that. That's generally how I feel about it. But that's not to say, you know, you're wrong if you disagree with this. I just think that this is where we're at. So if combo is going to exist, conversely, what should exist to combat combo like this? Well, hand traps kind of aren't doing it anymore until they scale the hand traps up even further, which they are doing with the release of Fuwalos coming soon. They have to scale the power up of things like Evenly Match, because then we got Dark Ruler, then we got Droplet, and also Nibiru around about just after Evenly Matched, for example. So that's like 4 or 5 heavy hitting cards. Raigeki was a card that came back to 3 in the last couple of years. Imagine telling someone 10 years ago that Raigeki was going to be at 3 legal and no one plays it except maybe some Tenpai players. Wild, isn't it? So that's clearly the design decision they're making to beat combo. Which is these game-ending auto-win pseudo game-ending cards like Evenly Matched, which on paper should end the game, but because they design cards like Evenly Matched, they have to make the combo decks in order to sell the product be even more powerful that they can deal with Evenly Matched. By making, and look at Dark Ruler. The fact that Desiree exists is just unreal. The fact that there is a generic 2-card combo that...
Now, this part of the discussion is actually true and reasonable. The fact that, like, we really are in this sort of spiral where we're power creeping decks to make more powerful end boards, and then we're power creeping non-engine to deal with those end boards. So when we create a new deck, we need to make it able to not completely lose to Dark Ruler and that kind of stuff. That is a life cycle in power creep that exists, right? That is a problem. But that is specifically why I think it's important to sometimes take a step back and be like, hey, maybe we overtuned something, right? And we have another tool in place, which is the ban list, to free us from this cycle where you can lower the power level of the game significantly. Because you know what happens if you take a bunch of these Omni Negates out of the format right now and you like tone down Yubel and Snake Eyes? Suddenly you have a much more balanced environment for the game in itself, and maybe you don't have to print another crazy board breaker. Because you can just say like, oh, well, we overtuned this Yubel deck and this Snake Eye deck a little bit, let me tone them down, and then we're Gucci as well, right? Like that's power creep in itself is not necessarily a bad thing. It's a necessary thing for most card games to just even exist in the first place. To keep them fresh, to make people play new cards and all that kind of stuff. Power creep itself is not inherently bad. It's just how you use it and how you deal with it.
Gets into an Omni Negate that beats Dark Ruler, a card which was printed and designed to deal with these decks, which is so funny. In a sad way, I suppose, in a very morbid, funny type of way. So yeah, you know, that's it's just where the game's at, and if you don't like it, I personally think it move on for the health and sanctity of your own like personal mental well-being. You can't keep playing this game and complain about decks like Yubel every format.
Well, yeah, I hope so, because I hope they don't make another deck like Yubel.
Because the reality is, like, they're clearly here to stay. They're going to keep making these combo decks. As they have proven historically, every format has had some crazy, insane, broken combo deck. Some more dominant than others, but they exist absolutely within the top-tier metagame. So for genuinely, for the best part of your mental health, you can't keep crying about decks like this. I feel like you should just go play a mana game, because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is just not it for you. Or stick to Time Wizard, that's fair. And that's not to... Again, I'm not criticizing Yu-Gi-Oh! Here.
So I should quit Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I don't like Yubel's endboard? Interesting.
I like this.
Bro, you haven't played a YCS since 2019.
I enjoy this. This is crazy for me. But this is obviously too fast for some people, which I can understand, you know, but ultimately, I think Lil Bro needs a mana game. Which, by the way, go enjoy Hearthstone, yeah, when your opponent puts 12-12 stats on the field turn 2. Yeah, you think mana games are doing much better, by the way? Anyway, so that's a point here that was brought up specifically with Yubel being the dominant deck this weekend.
Bro brought Burning Abyss to the last 3 locals he went to, and hasn't played a major event in like years, and has the audacity to tell me to quit if I don't think the Yubel board is healthy. That's crazy. All right. Sick. Can't believe this made Josh quit Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, me neither. What do you think about Bestial Control in this format? Bestial Control does not make 3 Omni Negates, so you should quit Yu-Gi-Oh! Instead of playing Bestial Control, is what Farfa would tell you. If you want my answer, though, I think it's kind of cool. I like it. I don't think it's top tier, but it's cool. Me being told I should quit Yu-Gi-Oh so the caster team gets to react to more Yubel endboards. All right. Crazy. Read his reply. If you don't like it, you should leave is consistently one of the absolute worst arguments you can ever make. It wasn't the argument. The argument was that this playstyle is inherent to the game itself, therefore leaving could be an option if it's that bothersome. Use ears, guy. I feel like he summed it up pretty well. I don't know if oh, all right. I don't know if we're all right. Okay, good. Oh, this. Someone hasn't taken his meds. I don't know who. Moving on. Josh kinda salty ever since not topping the YCS with his god-awful lab deck. I can't. Yes. Exactly. You got it. You got it. Truing. Are you interested in football? Your recommendation seems like it. If so, which club do you support? Not really. Like I sometimes watch the summaries when I'm bored. That's all. But I'm not really into it much, or I don't really care too much. I brought your lab list to my sneak yesterday, and I clapped every Yubel deck I faced. Very fun deck. Thank you. That is the intended purpose. Do you agree that power creep that raises the floor of decks is better than power creep that raises the ceiling? So what you're saying is, instead of making more powerful decks, you make the weaker decks more powerful, so they're like in line with the already existing powerful decks? Like, if I understood that correctly, fundamentally that would be cool, right? But like the problem with that is not how power creep works, right? From a design perspective, like if the idea of power creep is like, if let's say I'm just using my hand as a power level. If a deck is at this power level, right, and the rest of the format is here, right? If you want like raising the floor's power level here or even to the same level doesn't really change the situation, right? In order to have an impactful power creep, you have to raise the ceiling, because if you don't raise the ceiling, no one is forced to play new cards. If you just raise everything to the same level, maybe there's like more options, maybe there's like another option now, and some people are going to pick it up. But like in order to actually make a change in the game and like have an impact on the game, you do at some point you need to lift the ceiling, right? The thing is like, in my opinion, you can increase power level on cards in different ways, and just like there's different ways to make cards more interesting and more powerful without just making it not fun. because more powerful can be more fun. Like if you're used to playing a certain deck at a certain power level and then you pick up something else that is just more powerful, that can be fun. Like people always connect power creep with in their heads. They're always like, oh, that's a bad thing, right? They're always like, that's a bad thing. That's not good. There's two things to it, right? There's two things in terms of like, you can make something better and fun, right? Like you look at a lot of historic decks that were like better than everything else, but they were really fun to play. I don't know, Dragon Rulers, Necros, even Sprite and Tier. Like decks that were more powerful than the rest, but in a fun way. And then there's decks that are just like not fun. And you can make a terrible deck that isn't fun, but you can also make a really good deck that isn't fun, right? And so I think the hardest part of a card designer's like task is to find out what people enjoy while also making it more powerful than existing stuff without making it oppressive or not fun. Because let me tell you, one very easy thing that they can do to make something meta relevant is to slap a floodgate on it or slap an omni negate on it, right? Like that was the guarantee. We want a Rysart to be meta relevant. Easy. You know, could they have made a Rysart meta without giving it a floodgate effect? Yes, they could have. They just needed to put more thought into it. And it was going to be more risky if they made it like a more interesting interactive card. Right? They could have done that, but they didn't do it. They wanted to take the safe route of, hey, we just make it Macrocosmos and Trident, and that's guaranteed to be meta. Right? So like it's not about how powerful you make a card, it's how you design a card, basically. Like theoretically, you can make a meta-relevant archetype that everyone loves tomorrow, or you can make a meta-relevant archetype that everyone hates tomorrow. It just depends on how you make it, how you design it. So it's not just about how powerful is it, it's how does it work? How does it interact with other decks, right? So like, and I think that is the core issue. I think that is what people are complaining about. Is not the fact that Snake Eyes is the best deck, or that Snake Eye is a combo deck, or that Yubel is a combo deck. It's about how these decks function. It's how these decks play. And Yubel does not play the same as every single deck in Yu-Gi-Oh's history. That's not even close to true. Like Yubel is the furthest probably we have from a combo deck in Yu-Gi-Oh's history, because it doesn't combine any cards. You just slap one of them, and if you resolve one, you resolve them all. And the same was true for Snake Eye. You're not like combining. If you have, look, only because you have one combo line for Snake Eye Ash, one combo line for Snake Eye for Dia Bellstar, and then one other combo line if you draw both of them, that's not really like, you're not really in the literal sense, you're not really combining, you're not really comboing. You're just like doing the same thing every time. These decks are combo decks for in Yu-Gi-Oh's sense, but like if you really think about the definition of what a combo deck is in all other card games, they really are not. Because like one card, like the whole phrase one card combo doesn't really make sense to begin with. If you tell any other, I'm pretty sure you tell any other card game player like, oh, we have one card combos, they're like, what the fuck is that supposed to be? Because in every other card game, it's like combo decks are about assembling combos of multiple cards that work well together. Then does Yu-Gi-Oh have combo decks? Of course it does. What do you think Unchained was? For example, Unchained was all about, except for Tour Guide, it was all about combining multiple cards together to make a board. And most of the decks in Yu-Gi-Oh's history do that. You know, there's sometimes decks that do it with sometimes they have an option to do it with one card, you know, like Dragon Link can do a one card combo with like Tracer or something, but it's like the more cards you add to it, the more you can do. The more cards you have, the more you can do. It's like, it's fine to have a certain play with one card. It's not fine if your one card gets you the entire thing. right? Like, I feel like there's a clear difference between even decks that I don't like, like Drytron or Adamantipator or something, were not as bad as Yubel or something. Yubel can't put full board with one card. They need two. Shut up. You're like missing the point on purpose. That's crazy. It's like you see the point, but you choose to avoid it. Then why did you hate Circular? Eh? Should Yubel's power level be like before Phantom and Info came out? So here's the thing. I think power level for Yubel is secondary. Power level is a secondary problem with Yubel, because if Yubel was a tier 2 deck, it would still be cringe. If Yubel was a tier 3 deck, it would still be cringe. If Plant is arguably a rogue deck right now, is still cringe. Like, it's it doesn't really matter. It's obviously it's especially problematic if the deck is also the best deck in the format, right? Like, of course, because then you're gonna play against it way more often and stuff like that. But like, even something like it doesn't really change the fact. Even Yubel in Master Duel right now is not very like interesting, because yeah, the Lotus does less in Master Duel, but it's still all about that one line of play. Like, it's always the same, and it's just like you're getting your entire value from just one card, and it still is too much, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, of course, if there is no Varudras and no Desiree involved, yeah, it's more manageable. It's better for the game, right? It's not Plant's fault EU refuses to learn what they do. You know, as much as I like that meme, I feel like at some point someone should say that it's not about the fact that no one knows what to do against Plants. It's about the fact that the deck is freaking toxic, and there's a lot of good EU players with it. And they just freaking, like, the deck does too much. Do you really think that they only get to the finals or win these tournaments because no one knows what they do? No, it's because they roll a higher number on the dice and combo it into something that no one can beat. The concept of the deck is toxic. But isn't that just every combo deck? See, here's the thing. Where do you define combo deck? What is a combo deck for you? It is definitely not every combo deck in Yu-Gi-Oh's history. If that's your point. I don't know what your point is. And Plants would stay toxic even if it had only 2-card combos. I don't even know if that's true, because I think inherently decks that revolve around 2-card combos are way easier to stop. I feel like that's another thing that people are frustrated with without realizing that that's the reason why they're frustrated. If a deck has a bunch of 1-card combos, you're trading super favorably into hand traps, because most hand traps are -1s. Most hand traps are designed to be -1s, like Valor, Imperm, even Ash most of the time. Like, a lot of those cards are just straight up -1 if you use them. You're hand looping yourself just to negate a monster effect. You're not even destroying the monster with Effect Valor or Imperm, right? They keep the body. And so the more 1-card combos and extenders a deck has, the better it trades into hand traps, because if you're forcing your opponent to -1 with each card you play, but you get to keep the bodies or something like that, you're gonna end up on top. You simply end up on top, right? Why do you think it's why does Snake Eye Ash plus Dia Bellstar, why does it beat Whaler plus Imperm? Because Veiler and Imperm are -1s. They get to keep the bodies, right? And it's just like that is another inherent problem with one card combos. And I feel like I'm beating a dead horse. That's why I'm like not super like intrigued to have this discussion once again. But I think, long story short, the concept of combo decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is fine. Combo decks are completely acceptable and have always existed. Comboing in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is fine and is a core part of the game. But one card combos, which shouldn't even exist to begin with probably, but like to an extent are accepted by now. But like one card combos need to have a better limit to what they can do, right? And here's the thing. We've had combo decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! Forever. We've also had FTKs in Yu-Gi-Oh! Forever. And when I say FTK, I don't mean decks that literally win on the first turn by like doing burn damage. I also just mean decks that literally are so powerful that you just win when the combo has been resolved. Like the game is over. Whether your opponent gets a turn and then scoops or whatever. Like it doesn't matter. These sort of FTKs or pseudo FTKs have also always been a thing in Yu-Gi-Oh! Right? Like, and sometimes when they get too powerful, when they get too meta relevant, they are a problem. Right? And right now we are in an era, 2024, we are in an era where unfortunately a lot of these things that are not great when a Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck does them are combined into one thing, and that's why it's still problematic. Yes, combo decks are always a thing, but one card combos specifically can be pretty toxic and problematic. Yes, FTKs have also always been a thing, but now if you combine those two things, we've got a real problem, because these decks FTKs with one card. And how is that reasonable? And how, like, you can never make the argument of like, oh, you should be used to it by now. Decks have always been doing that. No, they haven't. No, they haven't. So like, I'm by no means am I saying that people should be going back to the good old days and setting one trap and setting one monster and passing. Comboing is part of Yu-Gi-Oh! But you have to differentiate. You have to be able to differentiate between what kind of cards do they need to combo off? What does their combo end on? Is their combo able to be interacted with? Because at the end of the day, there's one thing that Yu-Gi-Oh! Has always been, and that's an interactive card game that features two players. And every deck that tries to circumvent that and tries to be a one-player deck and not have the opponent included in the game should not be a thing, or should at least not be meta relevant or super powerful. And so, like, at this point, we've gotten into a range where decks only require one card to pop off, so they can even play a bunch of hand traps to stop the opponent even further when they go first. Because combo decks back in the day, at least, they used to be pretty bad going second because they couldn't play that many hand traps. Like, it was a downside. It was a sacrifice you needed to make if you wanted to play a combo deck, because the deck didn't have much room for non-engine. So, like, my deck was maybe really strong going first, but really strong going second. Really bad going second. And so, like, that was a sacrifice you needed to make. Now you look at the Yubel deck or the Snake Eye deck, those don't even look different from the other decks. They have the same amount of non-engine or more. All right, and then they keep adding stronger one card combos to these. They keep adding more room for non-engine. They keep adding follow-up as well, right? Like, there used to be combo decks where if you had a Dark Ruler, they just didn't have follow-up. You clear the board, they can't play anymore. You try doing that against Snake Eye, they do the same thing over and over again. Like, they don't care. Anyways. What do you think about White Forest Runic post Rhoda? It's like fine. It's not particularly good. It's like it's gonna have trouble going second into Yubel and Snake Eyes because they just put up too powerful boards to even interact with. I'm not honestly, guys. That's the reason why I played Labyrinth at the YCS, because I didn't see any deck that could interact with these decks going second unless it could play Sphere Mode. Right? That's where my frustration lies with Yubel. And I feel like with Snake Eyes getting the Azamina Omni Negate, it's going to be the same thing with Snake Eyes, right? So like, I can't really offer you a solution. My solution was to try and Sphere Mode them. That was my solution. I'm sure there's other decks that can perform well. Could have joined me with Ritual Beast. I mean, your performance was pretty nice, yeah. I considered Ritual Beast the week before, but I'm gonna be honest with you, I've never played it, and so I felt more comfortable setting trap cards than trying to learn Ritual Beast last minute. That was kind of my issue, but I did think about it the week before. Maybe I should have tried to learn it. Or you could have played Chimera like a Giga Chat. I was considering it. I was talking to some of the other people that played Chimera, but like I honestly don't think Chimera is a solution to the format right now. I don't think Chimera is a solution to the format. It's a good deck. It does not suck. It's a strong deck right now, but like Chimera, in my opinion, does not consistently beat the Yubel board unless your opponent is not good. Like, if you go second, even if you draw 2 board breakers against Yubel, you shouldn't beat it. You really should not. And knowing that kind of hurt my motivation to play a deck like that. Because I was like, to be fair, I was testing with Pac a little bit the week before the YCS, so he was playing the interruptions well. But it was like, I was drawing hands with Dark Ruler, Book of Eclipse, and I wasn't winning. And at that point, I was just like, dude, that can't be it, right? That just can't be that cannot be the solution. If like, if I open 2 board breakers and engine and I just can't beat it, right? Any help from Dinka? I was talking to Ben a little bit, but they apparently they had brewed up some weird 58 card Chimera deck that they didn't want to share. Which was fair enough. You know, I'm not forcing them to share it. They ended up not playing it anyways, but yeah. Shifter is my friend. No hate on him. Ah, that's crazy, dude. The bias is crazy. Have you checked out the Fiendsmith Unchained Musket? I saw that, yeah. I saw Nico's list, yeah. I think like no matter what, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. We've been yapping for a while now on how Yubel's end board is way too powerful and how how I'm not a fan of 1-card combos. Overall, I want to emphasize Yu-Gi-Oh is still a great game, and that's the whole point. We complain about these things because we care, or at least I care, and I love Yu-Gi-Oh anyways. Like, I also enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh right now. My main thing is I think I could enjoy it more. And that's why I want these things to change, right? I try to view it from that perspective, maybe. Maybe that's more like it, right? Like, only because we complain about these things does not mean we hate Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, I don't, clearly. That's why I'm here for 20 years, because there's been formats that I didn't like in the past. But like, I know this game has the potential to just be wonderful and have a bunch of you will always have good games, even in a format where Yubel is the best deck. You go to a YCS, you play 11 rounds, not all of them are Yubel, and even against Yubel, you go first a lot of the time, and sometimes they mess up their combo, sometimes you have an answer to it. It's fine. Yu-Gi-Oh is fine. Yu-Gi-Oh is in a completely fine spot, but it could be better. It could be better. Like, you know, it could be more fun. And that's ultimately, I think, what you should be striving for when you're criticizing something, right? Like, if genuinely, if you hate Yu-Gi-Oh for what it is, then yeah, you probably shouldn't be playing it. But that is not why we're here, right? I assume that's also why no one who's watching is here. Like, it's not that we don't like Yu-Gi-Oh right now. It's just that we think we could like it even more. And I think that's the perspective that we're missing, right? My best run at Lil was against Lab. I mean, with the Lab deck, I had a lot of fun. I'm just forcing people to play interactive Yu-Gi-Oh. That's my way. I've been forcing people to play interactive Yu-Gi-Oh with me for the last 1.5 years, with like runic decks and stuff like that, and Labyrinth and all that stuff. I'm just forcing them to do it. You cannot force me. I can force you. You will interact and you will have fun. Yes. Until Josh draws this one of skill drain. Dude, the skill drain, unironically, I think I would have cut looking back. I think the skill drain kind of sucked. So you're the reason I play versus one runic guy every YCS who just tries to go sister me game 3? Look, maybe the runic part, yes, and I'm proud of that one. Thoughts on Iron Thunder in the Trap Lab to have more Solemn Strikes going second? I was very close to playing Draco Utopian Aura. Draco Utopian Aura is basically Solemn Strike, 4 cards on the field. Iron Thunder, I didn't use. I considered it, but I didn't use Iron Thunder because I think the chance is too high that you have to end up destroying your own cards if they play in the column of another card that you have. Yeah. Some paleo gaming as a palate cleanser. Here's the thing, we are kind of done with the things I had planned for today. I'm pretty happy with today's stream. We've got some nice content for YouTube, I think. Some Rage of the Abyss discussions. I think we're eating good. But I'm not in the mood to end it quite yet. So yeah, I don't mind. We can play a little Master Duel. Yes. Thank you for the $9. Appreciate you. Dude, I haven't played in a while. Have I even logged in this month? No, I haven't, dude. Holy shit. Season 34. I don't even know how much I climbed last season. What was my rank last season? I'm in Platinum 5? Was I Master? I wasn't even Master then, right? I was Diamond, yeah. Bro, I fell off. I fell off. Oh, I played Ruxin in Wheeled Goat. Just in case any of you watches the series. I'm not gonna spoil my deck, but I played Ruxin in Wheeled Goat. We recorded that like 1 or 2 weeks ago. I don't know if it's out yet. Whenever I return to Master Duel, I just play Centurion, and I'm having a grand old time. Yeah, I need to turn off the music. Okay, Emre. All right. Is this branded? 40... 44? Could be branded. Could be Dragon Link as well. Oh, it's Dragon Link. Okay. Oh, are they going to try to add? No. Why would they do that? That makes no sense. Regained best hard draw of all time. Dude, Regained is such a good card. Yeah, it's going to ruin me. They're doing a very unusual... I don't know exactly what's going on. Baby, okay. Baby Dragon, banish the Seyfert. Okay. And put down the boot sector. I think they're trying to play around Maxi right now really hard, but I don't have it. Because they activated boot sector before Ravine. Yellow button must activate. True. Bro, where'd that boot sector go? All right. Bro, I don't know what any of the goatees do. I don't know if I have them. While this card's in your hand, if a face-up dragon... Bro, this does nothing. They banish fish. Alright. Dude, this is not how Regained and Beast work. This is the wrong way around, bro. Oh my god. Welcome to Plat. Dude, I'm scared. I'm scared. They're doing some black magic, dude. Unironically, I feel like this is a great example of a combo deck that I don't mind, because the end board is, I mean, their end board is going to be specifically fine, but you know what I mean. Sphere Pass is literally an FTK. How are you okay with that? Yeah, you should quit. They're going to target the banished Seyfert, aren't they? Never mind. This does give them the Serenir, which is a little annoying. But at least they don't have a tuner now. Now, if they have a second beast, they're actually 2 steps ahead. No, okay. Borland with no target, a baby dragon in hand, and an unknown that they drew off of regained. Okay, nice. And the Borland is not live. And I have 2 pairs. Good poker hand. Ah, that's what regained drew. I love it here. Wonderful. Great. Regis, thank you for the 20 months. It's been a good stream. I'm glad to be back. Wait, what is... Oh, Keeper of the Shrine! What happens now? Oh. Okay. Noted. Okay. Yeah, the regain fucks me up. thinking. Does this make it not attack? Oh, it cannot attack. What did they make Chaos Angel with? Was it light and dark? It was light and dark, yeah. No, it was safer than Serenir. Why? Well, why? Okay. Sick. I want Rodea, I think. Oh, take Rodea. Synchro summoning here because they stole my Typhon doesn't really do anything. Typhon isn't active? Wait, isn't it? Oh, it needs to be XC summoned. Okay, I didn't know that actually. I learned that today. But even then, I don't think I make yeah. Bro is the button clicker. Crazy. But why was my Chaos Angel allowed to activate? That's not fair. What is this? Oral End. Okay. Negate the effects of the monster on the field, and if you do. Sick. Nothing. Great. I love when nothing happens. Here. Have a savage. I'll banish that guy. Oh, okay. What is our Borland outs? I haven't thought about that yet. We can out it with Supernova, I guess. We have Imperm somewhere. We can recycle Typhon. Guess I'll play around the Effect Veiler this way. SP your own Typhon? Yeah, that's what I have to do to recycle it. I should probably attack first. Which one's my Typhon? This one? I love regained man. Hello, it's me. Summon back with trap first? For what? It's only Legacia. Also, if the trap brings back Legacia on their turn, it's gonna be 2000 anyways. I can use it on their Typhon, because the trap makes it smaller. Connection failed, huh? Connection failed. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Where are my fish? Look, we have about 15 minutes left today. I'll play it tomorrow, okay? Send me a list on Discord. I'll play your fish deck tomorrow. But one game only. Is Sam the YugiTuber goat now? Yes. Yes, he is. Oh shit, that's nasty. They can now dodge my effect Veiler. I should have Veilered on summon. Never mind. They didn't send a big welcome. What was the point of that? Why did you do the cool thing to set the big welcome and then you don't follow it up with the really cool thing? I love Yu-Gi-Oh, man. So this is plat, right? Normally I would start with the Bestial Lubellion. What do you think are the odds they just explode when I activate Bonfire? Even though I'm not searching in Snake Eye Ash? I'll start with Bonfire. Because I think the chance is like 40%. Okay. Well, at least they're shotgunning this, which is also not good. The Bonbon makes people go crazy. I'm telling you. So they get a random pop on my hand, but honestly, I don't know what they can really hit that bothers me. I think it's fine no matter what. It's fine no matter what. They'll get the furniture back. That's okay. List sent. All right, bet. That's fine. Normal Simone. F. Well, unfortunately, my Centurion deck has a lot of cards with different types in it. So I really don't appreciate the fact that you do this card. I know it's just limited, but that's really bad for me, you know? Dragon Beatdown? I mean, yeah, that's all I have, really. Love it. Lost to defense position? I mean, even if I summon an attack and I crash, I can't do much this turn. I guess it'd be really good if I get regained and then I phalanx the lovely, I guess. What did I set? Big welcome. Yeah, it'd be better. It'd be better. I didn't consider a rivalry. It does make a difference. If I had regained now already, that'd be pretty good. That'd be pretty good, actually. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? I fucked up. Because now the lovely is going to return, and I don't know how I can really deal with that. Yeah, I could have made Artemis as well. I just didn't see it. I didn't see that play. What is this? Different dimension ground? I mean, at this point, I just don't think we have an out, period. Right? I don't have seals, no. Yeah. I guess I'll look at my next draw, but I don't think I have an out. Because the only thing I can even get two on the board with is dragons, and I can't really, yeah. I could have... I mean, I think in the long term, I still lose, even if I get the regained, but... Yeah, I was still correct to do that. Love rivalry. Can't you Chaos Angel with Primera and Abystial? Brother, that's 3 different types. Ah! I think I start with stand-up. Discard Trudea. If I start with Trudea and they impermit, I'm in an awkward position. Lab is such a floodgate deck? No, it's not. Is 3 Emblem a mandatory? Yes. The reason I'm doing the Magnamoot first is it's better into Max C. Because I can chain the Primera to the Max C if I start that way. The downside is I'm not going to get a regain draw this turn. Hate these combo decks, man. Alright, I give you one more. We're supposed to end now, but I'll do one more. One more. Falco Shine, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate that. Can we get Atri and Macedool? Dude, I'm hoping for the level 8 synchro and the Atri so fast, dude. Please. Can I resolve my Maxi? I think I can. I think I can. Was YCS Cancun a freebie? Okay, so I'm hearing a lot of people say this, like, oh, we don't have to count Sam's YCS win because it was just YCS Cancun. Like, no, what are you on about? Bro won a YCS. Give him some credit. Have you seen the top 32 of that event? There was a lot of good people. Blood is cooking over there. Holy. He won a YCS with Fiendsmith U Bell, ... So what? That's a lot of max Cs. I would have preferred an Ash Blossom. You know, just one of them things. But all right. It's fine. Beep boop. You're not getting your lady set. No, no, you're not getting it. Oh, actually, you're getting it if you're saving it. All right, never mind. Unless I draw Emblem of Oath, that'd be sweet. Can I draw Emblem of Oath? That'd be sick. No, okay. I'm scared of that one draw. That one draw, it scares me. Okay, that's good. They're setting it. That's good. Oh no, my third maxi! How dare you? I needed that. Ba 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 ba. All right. Are they gonna try to save this to the hand? What's the point of that? Set punishment. I was thinking they were gonna go for Coup Clock here. Like Coup Clock, bounce Coup Clock. But then this goes to the graveyard still, and it's gonna be banished. What's the playlist? Exclamation mark playlist. It's on Spotify, yeah. Oh, okay. Well, my graveyard's looking crazy right now. Just 3 maxis and a Druid Worm. Vibing. Butler summons Lovely, and then what? I mean, they've already used it. It's so annoying when you draw Gargoyle. Because now I can't really place my Trudea. I'm trying to think. No. You could have discarded. Yeah, I could have. Could have. It's fine. Let's put back the... No, I need that. So let's put back... What's the use of bonds in Dude! The third Lubellion, and I've drawn 3 Max E3 Lubellion. Can I stop? What are you doing? What was the point of that? Yeah, have this bestial. I'm sure you won't put it to good use anyways. I dare you. Big bite. Big bite. Why did you bring out that lovely? All right, well. True warriors never concede. True. Alright. Alright, sick. Some chill little games towards the end of the stream. Hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. I'm glad to be back. Once again, thank you all so much for... I've seen the subs come in today. Thank you all so much for holding the subs until I came back. Thank you so much for the support as always. Glad to have you guys around again. Thank you so much. We're gonna raid the who are we raiding? Who's live? Oh, we're gonna raid the master of yappers. We're gonna raid Farfa. Everyone tell Farfa to quit. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for watching. Hope you had a good time. Appreciate you guys for hanging out. Thank you for all the support. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye everybody. Peace. Have fun in Farfa stream.